Chapter 609. Hephaestus continued on in a good mood, leading Aina toward Hero Peak. Aina suddenly looked back, as though she could sense that something was wrong, but she continued to move forward as though nothing had happened. Hephaestus seemed to sense this small action, causing his lip to curl. But it was then that Aina said something that made his eyes narrow. "Next time, send stronger lackeys," she said, seemingly to no one. "Ho ho, didn't you say your little boyfriend was injured? But now I should be worried?" In truth, with how arrogant Hephaestus was, something like sending lackeys to deal with a junior was beneath him. However, what was even more beneath him was personally taking action. So, he chose the path that would best soothe his currently seething rage. If not for getting caught red-handed, he would have never even bothered to respond to Aina at all, especially considering the entire reason this began was due to his authority being questioned. He could be 10 times more injured and you would have still needed to send someone stronger. Aina replied blandly. At the moment, Aina was feeling quite guilty. She knew Lionel well. If it wasn't for her telling him to stay put because he was injured, he wouldn't have even cared about his boat estate in order to climb the mountain pass. This wasn't because he felt the need to prove something to Valiant Heart, an organization he put not stock in, but rather because that was just the kind of person that he was. But now, there was already no taking the things that happened back. Hearing such words, Hephaestus suddenly began to laugh uproariously. They say love is blind, but this must be a worse case of foolish love. That's fine though, I'd really like to see how long you can continue to love a weakling after I'm done with him. Since you want to be smart, I'll make certain he can never raise his head high in my Valiant Heart Mountain. There was no doubt that Hephaestus was repeating the same words Radley's had spoken, but not as blatantly. And it was even more obvious that Aina's words had once more provoked Hephaestus. That said, this time, Aina didn't seem to react with the same guilt at all. Rather, her face, hidden beneath her mask, had gone back to being expressionless. Go ahead and vent, she thought to herself. Yip. Yip. The little mink jumped out from the segmented cube and into Aina's arms, baring his little fangs at Hephaestus. It was only after Aina soothed him that he finally began to calm down. Lionel stood in opposition to a group of 3, his eyes lazily scanning them. It was obvious by their words that he was their target, and toward such a thing, he could only say that the vice leader of Hero Peak was maybe even more petty than himself. This Hephaestus didn't even wait an hour, let alone the few days someone else might have, before sending his goons after him. But Lionel truly didn't mind. In fact, behind his apathetic expression, he was holding back a grin that could have gone from one ear to the other. I don't know how fresh meat like you managed to offend the bigwigs, but how do you plan on settling this? The leader of this gang of 3 seemed almost too lazy to deal with Lionel. He held no personal animosity toward Lionel, and he even felt that dealing with a freshman was far beneath him. It wasn't until one entered Valiant Heart that they truly understood the distance that separated those who had joined quadrant ruling organizations and those from small worlds who could at best call a corner of a quadrant their home. Just in terms of taxes collected, Valiant Heart had a number of resources that could drown out any world in their wealth alone. With these resources came millennia of foundation building, an endless store of knowledge and techniques beyond anything someone from a smaller world could possibly understand. If Valiant Heart Mountain were to be ranked using the official metrics of the dimensional verse, as an organization overseeing number quadrants, they were a bronze-grade organization at worst. If Earth was put on this same scale, they wouldn't even qualify to be known as black-grade. Are you from Hero Peak? Don't. Balthorn tried to speak out before Lionel could finish his sentence, but it was already too late. She took a sharp intake of breath before looking at Lionel's side profile. Is he really that slow? Even if he got beat up to the point of having half a foot in the coffin, that's the one question he should have never asked. As expected, the moment the leader of lackeys heard this, he froze for a moment before a sinister smile crept onto his face. You have a lot of guts, calling out Hero Peak's name in vain like that. Do you think the likes of Hero Peak has the time to deal with bottom feeders like you? You seem quite offended for someone who isn't from Hero Peak. Lionel replied evenly. The lackey's jaw clenched, the murderous intent in his gaze deepening. If others really found out that Hero Peak was stooping to such lows, it would be a blight on their prestige. Though the words were unspoken, the burden for such a rumor spreading would definitely be on his head. Not only was this Lionel a fool enough to offend Hephaestus before even stepping into Valiant Heart, but he was even trying to drag him down with him. If Lionel insisted on this narrative, this small scuffle that would have likely ended after a small beating would grow to the point of the entire peak pitting themselves against him. Ahaha, hey, buddy, pal. Radlease patted Lionel's shoulder. It's been nice knowing you. I think I see a beauty over there. Radlease dashed away, hiding into the accumulating crowd. Inketh, Irelana and Balthorn frowned, but they too didn't want anything to do with this situation. Though there was no chance in joining Hero Peak now, there were no shortage of individuals who had defected from their own peaks to join them later. Still not saying anything? Lionel continued as though he didn't notice these youths distancing themselves from him. He hardly knew them, so why would he care? Wheeler, we need to shut him up. One of the three called out to the leading lackey. They couldn't allow Lionel to say anything more. Agreed. Wheeler nodded. Well, see if he still has the cheek to say such things after we're done with him. As though by tacit agreement, the two behind Wheeler shot forward. Chapter 610. Lionel's gaze flashed, sliding into a boxing stance with incomparable ease. He became as light as a feather on his toes, his breathing syncing with his actions. His bronzed hair fluttered with his movement, rebounding into the air as he hopped to and fro. The instant it fell back down to his back, he shot forward, his speed blazing. Despite the fact that he was pincered by two, Lionel protected the side of his face with his right and sent a straight left forward. A whipping kick shot for Lionel's right hip even as the young man on the left seemed content with simply blocking his straight. From the perspective of the lackeys, this would be over quickly. Just one of them was more than enough to deal with a freshman. The only reason they had even chosen to send two was due to the accumulating crowd. Lionel had shown that he wasn't intelligent enough to not speak what shouldn't be spoken. So, when dealing with such people who didn't understand fear, the best course of action was teaching them exactly that. Bang! The kick was fast and sturdy. Without wasted movements, it perfectly made use of the young man's torque. Even his planted leg tore a rotating hole into the ground, a sharp wind following the trail of his assault. However, when his leg actually came into contact with Lionel's right arm, it felt as though he had just kicked at a steel wall. Lionel winced slightly, feeling his fractured ribs rattling upon impact. But his straight left never stopped. With perfect form, his fist blew past the guard of the young man's forearms, connecting with his nose with a speed too fast to react to. Lionel could feel a satisfying crunch beneath his knuckles, a bloody spray launching into the air. What was a face of soft and fragile skin and bone worth in the face of Lionel's fist, which might as well have been a steel brick? The instant Lionel connected, he turned his attention toward the kicker, his hips shifting. His speed was so fast that he had already closed the distance between them before his leg even lowered. Unbalanced and unable to protect himself, the young man could only watch as Lionel retracted his left hand and landed a right hook right into his rib cage. It felt as though all the air within his body was expelled at once. An audible snapping noise sounded, followed by a muffled cry. With muted thuds, two seniors fell at once. One clutching their chest and the other their face. As though completely unsatisfied, Lionel had already shot by them, not minding their reaction in the slightest. While they looked down on him, in his mind, one punch was already more than they deserved in the first place. Lionel closed the distance between him and Wheeler. Though shocked, the latter reacted quickly, his expression turning solemn. Lionel shot a fist forward, only for it to be met by Wheeler's. Having learned his lesson, Wheeler coded his own in as much force as he could muster, bearing down on Lionel with absolute strength and power. Lionel reacted calmly. His mind drifted to the times he had utilized the incomplete Four Seasons realm for his fists. He imagined the way the force had flowed around him, the way it melded with his attacks with perfection, without him even thinking about it. His force matched the flow in his mind, his simulations so perfect that one would almost think that he had begun to use universal force if it wasn't for the fact it was very clearly just of the third dimension. Bang! Both Lionel and Wheeler took a single step back. But, whereas the latter was stunned, Lionel had already shot forward, closing the distance once more. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged a flurry of blows, Wheeler using whatever means he had while Lionel used nothing but his fists. Lionel's movements were sharp and focused. If he only had to throw a single punch to neutralize a combination, he would do so. It almost felt that everyone was watching a combat puppet battle, his style was that immaculate. However, while Lionel was growing more and more focused, Wheeler felt as though his arms and legs might just shatter at any moment. Fighting Lionel may have looked like fighting a combat puppet to the people outside, but to him, it felt exactly like that. It was as though Lionel's limbs were made and formed of the universe's most precious materials. Wheeler roared. The longer this fight went on, the more people who would accumulate and the more humiliated he would be. The truth was that hardly anyone knew his face. He was nothing more than a glorified janitor of Hero Peak. Hephaestus wasn't exaggerating when he said that Aina's standing was now below even the floor sweepers. However, if this blew up too much, the more resourceful youths would definitely find a way to connect this back to Hero Peak. Spikes began to grow off Wheeler's arms, enlarging to the point they arched over his fists and protected his knuckles. A strong corrosive energy hung in the air, bearing down on Lionel. To Wheeler, it didn't matter how strong Lionel's defenses were. Before his corrosive force, it was all meaningless. However, what Wheeler didn't expect was that Lionel hadn't gone all out either. The instant it seemed as though Wheeler didn't want to be humiliated any longer, illusory golden wings seemed to appear to Lionel's back for just a split moment. It was so brief that the vast majority of the crowd didn't even notice. With a flick of his palm, a spear appeared. It was bland, even having a wooden pole. If it wasn't for the feathers strapped to its polearm, it wouldn't have any character whatsoever. This was other than the primitive woman's spear. Wheeler went stiff as he suddenly felt something sharp pierce through his leg. After a moment of lag, he roared out in pain, stumbling and falling to his knees. Lionel's piercing motion was too fast, too swift. Before anyone could react, all four of Wheeler's limbs were rendered useless. He stood amidst three collapsed seniors, his visage expressionless. Chapter 6:11. Lionel whipped out his spear, his wrist flexing. The droplets of blood that remained sprayed outward, leaving the spear spotless and whether by design or accident, landing on the three moaning and groaning before him. Inketh, Irelana and Balthorn didn't quite know how to react to such a scene. They had been planning on distancing themselves, but Lionel had reacted so quickly that they were somehow still to his back. Their vantage point was by far the best of everyone else. But, it was precisely because of this that they could hardly believe what they had just seen. Wheeler and the other so-called seniors were all tier 4 at worst. This number sounded benign. After all, even the city lords of Terrain had been more powerful than this. Their average strength had been around tier 6 while the most powerful of them like City Lord White had been tier 7. However, it had to be understood that strength across worlds was looked upon differently. The truth was that true geniuses spent the most time within the fourth dimension, slowly accumulating the strength of their bodies. In the dimensional verse, the third dimension was technically the beginning. But the reality was that it was more like a spark. The fourth dimension was where the flame was slowly nurtured and grown. The fourth dimension would lay the foundation of the body into the future. So, usually, geniuses would wait until their force spilled over into the next realm rather than forcing their way through like the city lords of Terrain had. As a result, tier 4 to these seniors was likely no worse than tier 6 to those city lords. In comparison, Inketh, Irelana and Balthorn were all still suppressing their force at tier 1. Unfortunately, they couldn't even use this as an excuse because Lionel hadn't even stepped into the fourth dimension yet. Of course, of this mentioned abilities. But, Lionel had taken 2 out before they even got a chance to use theirs, while he abused his speed to stop Wheeler from making use of his. It could be said that with this one fight, Lionel was already considered to be the strongest newcomer and was even a match for upper years. At that moment, before the stunned crowd could even process what they had just seen, Lionel put his spear away and began to move. Pulling out a rope of beast tendons from who knows where, Lionel tied a single ankle of each one of these so-called seniors and began to drag them. Too caught up in their own pain, the groaning seniors could only protect themselves from worsening their injuries while being dragged through the crowd. Lionel stopped before a thick tree near the city gates. If there was one thing Valiant Heart Mountain had going for it, it was the fact that its city wasn't completely disconnected from nature. Even such a thick tree which would easily take 10 men to wrap around it was still standing here proudly. Lionel took out another spear. This one had an exceptionally long blade that took up a third of its body. In reality it almost felt and looked more like a glaive than anything else. Still holding onto the rope with one hand, Lionel began to slowly carve into the soil around the tree, careful not to harm its roots. It would be a shame if such a beautiful ancient tree died. No one understood what Lionel was doing. And, unfortunately for the trio of seniors at his feet, no one dared to stick their nose in this mess. They were still unaware of exactly what was happening, but what they did know was that a youth of not even the fourth dimension had just demolished 3 Tier 4 experts. From the conversation they had overheard, it was clear that this young man was a freshman, yet he already wielded such strength. In their minds, anyone with such power would most definitely not come from a common background. Yet, this young man had also said something about these lackeys being from Hero Peak. Who would want to get caught in the battle between 2 giants? At this point, they could only hope that the boy's background was as exaggerated as they thought it was, or else his life would be pretty much forfeit. Although killing between fellow disciples was prohibited, if one understood the cruelty of the world, there were a lot of things one could do before reaching that extreme. And, in a lot of ways, those things were even worse depending on the type of person that you were. Considering how prideful this young man seemed to be, there was likely little doubt that he would likely be a person exactly like that. At that moment, someone gasped. Everyone snapped out of their thoughts at once only to find that Lionel had launched the 3 into the air, hanging them all from the thick tree upside down. Lionel tied the final knots tightly. He wasn't very familiar with the most difficult to undo knots in the past, but one would be surprised just how comprehensive the lesson plans his father left behind were. Lionel doubted that there would be anyone who could undo this knot in Valiant Heart. Their only option would be to cut them down. But, if they thought it would be so easy, they'd be sorely mistaken. Taking a step back, Lionel admired his handiwork before nodding to himself in satisfaction. Make way. At that moment, a young woman pushed her way through. Not far behind her, Radley seamlessly blended into the crowd once again, but Lionel didn't miss that small hint. He couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that Radley's hadn't just run away after all. The crowd began to murmur. They recognized this young woman. This wasn't because she was famous, but rather because of the unique runes drawn across her cloth belt. She was a member of the only true neutral faction of Valiant Heart Mountain, Valiant Hall. They were the peacekeepers of the organization and handled disputes between disciples. They were also designated with the task of recruiting disciples. And this final role was what Lionel knew this woman the most for. She was other than Sale, the young woman who had recruited both himself and Aina. Chapter 6:12. They say that Hero Peak was the most powerful peak. But, the true reason for this was because Valiant Hall never involved themselves in any resource disputes. If not for this, even if Valiant Hall wouldn't be the most powerful, they would definitely be a close second or third to Hero Peak. When Sale made her way through the crowd, something that was not too difficult considering her stature, she suddenly felt a massive headache coming on when she saw that the core of this commotion was Lionel. God damn it. She screamed in her mind. This was exactly what she didn't want to happen. And, of the elders of Valiant Heart who were against accepting Lionel, this was exactly what they had worried about as well. If they accepted him into the organization, what would they do when he ran amok? How were they supposed to reprimand the potential heir of a 7th-dimensional family? They could hardly hold on to their place among bronze organizations. They had no right to even think of facing the ire of a gold organization. In the end, their only recourse was in ignoring Lionel while he was here and hoping that he went away faster. In their minds, a genius like Lionel wouldn't be with them for very long. As long as they held out for a year or two, he would likely get bored of the girl he was chasing, or maybe he would even win her heart, then he would go off toward other adventures. Of course, they had also considered that this was potentially part of the coming trials all Morales clan heirs had to face. But, that world was so far from them that they only understood tidbits that they could pick up from rumors. Though Sale had believed this to be the case, after speaking to more knowledgeable elders, she realized how ridiculous her previous assertions were. They, as a mere fifth-dimension organization, had no chance in stepping foot into such a war. If they did so, they would only be asking for death. This was ultimately why the decision was made. They would ignore Lionel. They wouldn't ask him for help because they were well aware that he had no way of helping them. This decision is what resulted in Lionel's current situation. Aside from Sale, the two Valiant Hall members that had come with her that day, and the highest echelon members of Valiant Heart, no one else was aware of Lionel's true identity. And the truth was, that other than well-learned individuals like Sale who also happened to have had the benefit of seeing much of the world, no one would be able to deduce Lionel's identity either. It could even be said that if it wasn't Sale specifically who had gone that day, maybe, even to this point, no one would know Lionel's true identity. After all, there was a reason even to his death. Anared didn't recognize Lionel even after he used his bronze runes. Lionel smiled when he saw Sale. Long time, no see. Long time no see your head. Sale grit her teeth. This damned playboy chased a girl all the way here and he still hasn't given up yet. Now he's causing trouble I've got to clean up. How are we supposed to keep the prestige of Valiant Hall if we're lenient with him? Come with me. Sale eventually said coldly. Lionel raised an eyebrow. What for? Sale felt like her head was about to explode. This damned brat, couldn't he understand that she was trying to be lenient? Though Lionel hadn't killed anyone, battling disciples outside of designated areas was also grounds for punishment. Within the crowd, Radley scratched his head at a loss. He had gotten a Valiant Hall member to help Lionel. But, who knew that he would actually beat those three seniors before he could even get her here? It seemed that his help was more of a detriment than anything else. Radley sighed. Pops always said to keep your nose out of everyone's business. If those who knew Radley's heard him say this, they'd probably bash him over the head. Maybe he should listen to his father more. But, it was clear that he had never taken these words very seriously. What Sale didn't know, though, was that Lionel really didn't know. From his perspective, he wasn't in the wrong considering he was attacked first. But now, Sale hadn't even asked what happened before asking him to come with her. He was attacked first. Yeah, those greasy seniors tried to put paws on our handsome little junior brother. They deserve to be hung up a tree. Yeah. Radley dashed through the crowd, cupping his hand over his mouth and forming different voices. He was seemingly exceptionally proud of his female voice. Little junior brother, if she bullies you can come to me tonight. Big sis with soothe your aching limbs. The crowd seemed to grow more and more rowdy. Sale frowned when she heard these things. You were attacked first. Shouldn't you have checked that first? What's the point of asking now? Lionel replied somewhat coldly. Sale felt a headache coming on. Wasn't this brat playing wronged little brother a bit too well? Damn it, you're the potential heir of a monstrous family, can't you at least act like it? Sale's expression darkened. But in the end, she pinched her brows and sighed. Forget it. Wasn't this the way of the universe? The powerful did as they pleased and the little people like her had to pick up after them. Who are the freshmen for this round? Me. Radley dashed out of the crowd. Beautiful lady, I was so scared. You're too fast, you left me so far behind. How could you do that? Sale sent Radley a glance, causing him not to dare cross the half-meter mark between them. But, his sly grin never disappeared. Not long later, with a hint of embarrassment, the remaining 3 also made their presences known. "Alright, follow me. To ensure that nothing else happens, I'll lead you to finish the remaining procedures." Sale turned to leave before sending one last glance back. Luckily, she stopped herself before she looked all the way back and bit her teeth hard. She had to pretend as though she had forgotten about the seniors left in the tree to appease Lionel, or else who knew if this shameless young master would make a small matter even larger than it was. Unfortunately for her, as bad as her impression of Lionel was, Lionel's impression of her was even worse. "These damned organizations, young masters, they're all the same." Lionel and Sale shook their heads. As their backs disappeared into the city, news spread like a wildfire. The humiliation of members of Hero Peak suddenly became a hot topic. Chapter 613. Lionel followed behind Sale, casually looking through the city at the feet of the 7 peaks. Though he had previously described this city as small, the truth was that this was only an illusion. It felt quite quaint due to all the nature and the surroundings. But, for a city to be at the base of 7 separate peaks, its size didn't need to be explained. This space was taken over by the youths of Valiant Heart. Since a single round of recruitment brought in over 1,000, it wasn't a surprise that they managed to fill in all this space. But, Lionel could also tell that there were quite a number here that weren't members of Valiant Heart. Though the city didn't have tourists, what it did have were many traders. It only took a silent walk around the city for Lionel to understand what was happening. Valiant Heart was likely only one protected corner of this 5th-dimensional world. Beyond it, he was sure that there were countless resources. It was at this very city that these resources could be traded. It seemed that Valiant Heart gave quite a bit of freedom to its disciples and students. But, Lionel was also sure that they took their fair share of taxes from these transactions. So that's how these factions are competing, huh? Sale and the others had no idea how much Lionel had picked up on a single pass-through of the city. He could clearly see that the shops and various establishments he passed through were separated into 6 avenues. There was no doubt that these 6 represented the 6 peaks. It seemed that there was a lot of tension in the underbelly of this organization. But, this also bred a competitive fire that could fuel later generations. The question was, could this fire be turned off in the face of a common enemy? Or would Valiant Heart eat itself alive? This is Valiant Hall. Sale finally led the group to the core of the city. Before them, there was an ancient building that seemed to be the cross of a world center and Roman architecture. Lionel thought it was a shame that they didn't have pyramids considering their style of dress, but he doubted that anyone here would even understand what he was saying if he brought it up. He found it curious though. Though this large building had quirks that existed outside of what one would expect from Roman architecture, it was still eerily similar. Lionel wondered which came first. Was Earth influenced by outside powers? This is where you will register yourselves and become official warriors of Valiant Heart. So that's what they call themselves. Sale led them to be registered one by one. It turned out that the spatial rings they were given not only acted as the life-saving treasure Sale once mentioned, but also acted as their form of identification. Lionel found the number of functions they could pack into such a small device to be quite fascinating. Though he had always said that the more parts a craft had, the more complex it was. There was also another second direction of complexity. And this was incredibly small and miniature crafts that managed to pack a lot of things into a small volume. Lionel wasn't certain which was more complex as a whole. But, what he did know was that he had already built a craft with many parts, but he had yet to do the opposite. This left his mind spinning with a lot of untapped potential. Lionel was absent-mindedly registered, barely paying attention as Sale led them around the city once again. This is the location of the Valiant Vault. Usually there are only 3 methods of entry. The first is the golden tags you all should have gotten during the entrance exam. The second is by any number of peak rivalry events that happen over the course of the year. And the third is by breaking peak records. Of these methods, the easiest is definitely the entrance exam, so I hope you all took advantage. I hear that if you accumulate 10 golden tags, you can even trade for a tier 9 weapon. 100 golden tags will get you a quasi-bronze weapon. And though it's nearly impossible, there is a rewards of a tier 1 bronze treasure if you accumulate 1,000 golden tags. Sale thought that her words would excite the group, but when she looked back, she only saw that they were all gazing toward Lionel with weird faces. Though I say this, I advise that you all take advantage of the golden tickets you all have now. Sometimes you have to spend money to make money. You're all currently too weak to even think of earning golden tickets by other means. It's better to improve yourselves now. The more Sale spoke, the more odd she felt that of them were moving. Radlease finally cleared his throat. Beautiful big sister, we don't have any golden tickets. Sale frowned. How's that possible? That old man always gives those who, her words paused, finally following everyone's gaze back to Lionel. Finally realizing that something was off, Lionel looked around. Seeing Valiant Vault proudly displayed in front of him, he just shrugged. Sorry, I gave all my golden tags to someone else. Sale's lip twitched. Without a choice, Sale could only move on, introducing the other locations of Valiant City before dropping them off at their designated residences. Stay put here for as long as you can, she said sternly. And don't cause any trouble. Though she seemed to be speaking to them all, her gaze never left Lionel. Sale grit her teeth and walked away after realizing that Lionel didn't seem to pick up on her hints. She had managed to stop any trouble by being by his side, but she couldn't exactly do this all the time, right? He'll have to assign a mission in Valiant Hall and have someone keep an eye on the situation so it doesn't get too out of hand. Sale rushed away as Lionel prepared to walk into his abode. What they were both unaware of was the fact that news had finally drifted to Hephaestus' ears. Chapter 6:14. Hephaestus sat on a meditation pillar that stood 5 meters tall. One leg dangled over the edge while he brought his other knee to his chest. His gaze peered over the ledge, gazing upon the few that had come to report matters to him. This seemingly ordinary pillar was actually one of the resources that youths of Valiant Heart pined over. Yet, Hephaestus was using it as a casual sitting stool, not even practicing force as one would expect. However, at this moment, the few beneath him didn't have the luxury of thinking about how wasteful their vice leader was being. Seeing that crooked smile that hung on Hephaestus' face, with their experience, they could tell that he was just a step away from blowing his lid. We tried our best to cut them down, vice leader. But, for some reason, no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't. There's some weird space distortion around the tree. As best as we can tell. If someone more powerful than us doesn't go, the words of the young man were cut off by Hephaestus' laughter. You want someone more powerful to go? Someone recognizable maybe? Somewhat of a genius that everyone has seen before? Hephaestus laughed even more. He felt as though he was getting out of character in just this past day. Oftentimes, humans fell into the trap of doing something they never would. But, instead of backtracking after they realized they had made a mistake, they rather chose to double down, causing them to continue down a rabbit hole of doing things they wouldn't ever usually do. Maybe Hephaestus had fallen into this very hole. Him? Spending time on a rookie? What an absolute joke. If it wasn't for the precarious time they were in, he wouldn't have even been sent to personally recruit anyone. Even though Aina had activated the pillars on her first try, Hero Peak wasn't short of individuals who had done exactly that. In fact, while Aina had succeeded in climbing the mountain pass that had been nerfed under the presence of the elders, there were no shortage of people on Hero Peak who had succeeded under the full brunt of the pillar's strength. Yet, over this semi-decent talent, he had actually landed himself in such a situation. It was quite pathetic. This matter would be over as easily as him taking action personally, but that would only make a matter he thought was insignificant to begin with even worse. How could he not be furious? It was as though he had tried to squash an ant, only for it to survive and shit into his food later. It was infuriating. What a good little brat. Hephaestus chuckled, the force around him trembling as his muscles ripple like they had a mind of their own. Leave them up there for all I care. They can bleed to death. Hephaestus rose his dangling leg, entering a state and posture of meditation. Hidden patterns on the pillar he sat upon began to glow, causing a typhoon of force to form around him. The youths at the bottom of the pillar looked at one another, not knowing what to do. But in the end, they could only leave. None of them dared to disturb Hephaestus while he was in meditation. I don't need to do anything any longer. Speaking the name of Hero Peak so casually was already enough to seal your fate. As the commotions was only growing as more and more people attempted and failed to take the trio down from the tree, Lionel had entered his home for the next small while. As one might expect, the accommodations for rookies weren't exactly lavish. And, since Lionel had given the segmented cube to Aina, he could only make do with what he had. The only things Lionel had taken with him out of the cube were his feather pen and little Tolly. Lionel didn't expect to be barred from seeing Aina. Even if he was, he didn't plan on taking it lying down. He had given her those things as though they might separate only so that she could focus on her training. Lionel knew how important it was to her, so he decided to give her some time to focus on those things. As for him, his goal here wasn't exactly to become stronger. Though, that might happen as a byproduct, his main goal was to gather resources. The second reason Lionel had given Aina the segmented cube was because he believed that she would likely have a better training environment than he did. Only in a place like that would the segmented cube be able to grow faster. Resources, resources, resources. Lionel eyed his small bed and narrow window toward the outside. He hadn't gotten to experience college, but he felt like it wouldn't be much different from this at all. Though, his accommodations would have probably been better as a 5-star quarterback. I guess the first thing I should do is focus on healing myself. Lionel made a decision. He couldn't keep running around like this. It seemed like his worst injury were his cracked ribs, but the truth was that his burnt inner organs had something to say about that. He really hadn't expected that using his Scarlet Star Force would have such a drastic impact on him, but now he had to deal with the consequences. I've already tried to improve, Grand Heal, as best I can. But it definitely can't heal me and is nowhere near good enough to heal Coach. Maybe. Lionel took a deep breath. The last time he looked at the core of Merlin's trial world, he almost passed out. But, since then, he had crossed into the peak of the 4th dimension with his soul force. Maybe he stood more of a chance now. His only path forward seemed to be that complex world of force arts. Lionel began to cast numerous spells to lock down the defenses of his small room and shelter him from distractions from the outside. He had no idea the kind of surprise he was in for. And, even worse than that, he had no idea the kind of commotion his sudden disappearance would cause either. Chapter 6:15. Lionel brought out a particular snow globe from his spatial ring, staring at its surface for a long while. He could immediately tell that something had changed about it, but he couldn't quite put his finger on exactly what it was. This particular snow globe had spent no small amount of time in the lab setting, sitting on a shelf. And, what Lionel didn't know was that it had undergone this change long ago, more than half a year ago, in fact. However, in his caution, Lionel had kept at arm's length from anything related to it, choosing instead to focus on other things. In the past, Lionel might have recklessly chosen to charge forth. But, learning a bit of caution, he brought out the only tool he could continuously rely on. A part of his mind felt that he relied on the dictionary a bit too much. At least for now, though, he didn't feel that this was worth harping on. Is it safe for me to observe this force art? After a while of being unsure of how to approach this matter despite the fact his instincts were screaming at him every which way, Lionel decided on the most logical question. Ping, replying to Seed, it is not completely safe. Lionel sighed. Once again with these overly straightforward answers. The more Lionel learned about crafting, though, the more he realized just what sort of feat it was for his father to create such a thing. If the dictionary had to be classified, Lionel was absolutely certain that it was beyond the silver grade. Lionel expecting more complex answers was akin to wishing this dictionary would birth intelligence of its own. But at that point, the dictionary wouldn't just be a treasure, it would likely be capable of being classified as its own form of life. Such a thing would be far beyond Lionel's scope of understanding and would likely be even beyond a gold-grade treasure. After thinking for a moment, Lionel settled on another question. What exactly is unsafe? Ping. The observation of force law arts requires a strong foundation of mental fortitude and computational ability. It is inadvisable to observe this force law art unless you have begun to reinforce your mind. Force law art? Lionel was intrigued. This was the first time he had heard this term. It had some familiar parts, but wasn't entirely so. Realizing this, Lionel pressed for more answers. Ping. A force law art is a category of force art that has no functional ability but rather lays the law for the function of derivative force arts. The definition was simple, but Lionel felt as though an explosion had gone off in his mind. If he understood this to mean what he thought this meant, it was a massive boon. Steadying his breathing, Lionel calmed himself. He had already understood that this must be the true reward from the Camelot Zone. However, what he still didn't understand was exactly what change it had undergone for him to feel as though it was so much different now than it had been in the past. What caused the change in this force law art? Ping. The force law art was incomplete until the mythological zone it was constructed from was perfectly cleared. It was then that Lionel finally understood. He had thought that the only reward for completing the Camelot Zone and solving the love triangle was the evolution of Earth. But it turned out that he couldn't have been more wrong. What function did a force law art provide? When Lionel embarked on the journey of improving Camelot spells, he tried his best to deconstruct their force arts into their most simple form. By breaking them down and rebuilding them, he was able to somewhat better understand how spells were formed. As a result of this, he became capable of layering and combining spells of even two separate attributes together, as he displayed during his battle with the puppet master. However, ultimately, the improvement Lionel was able to bring about wasn't very great. Though he allowed a peak third-dimensional spell to display power rivaling that of a fourth-dimensional one, it wasn't enough of a change to be worth it. When Lionel battled the seniors just now, he didn't even consider using spells because the trade-off just wasn't worth it despite the fact his mind was the most powerful part of himself at the moment. What this force law art provided was a path forward. Rather than stumbling forward himself, it was like Lionel had been handed a decryption key. Now, the enigma that had been the laws that governed Camelot spells opened up to him and read no differently from any other book, and the best part of all of this was the fact that the root of the law itself wasn't restricted by dimensions. There was no doubt that there were some mythological zones that were more valuable than others. Even if one cleared two and gained full rewards from both, there was no guarantee that the new magic system one gained from it would have the same potential. This was all to say that no two magic systems were built to reach the true heights of the universe, and the odds of stumbling into a new magic system that could rival the oldest of the existing ones was slim too. Still, even with all that being said, if there was going to be one world capable of producing such a magic system from the very first mythological zone it produced, it would most definitely be Earth. As for whether Camelot's magic system truly had such potential, only time would tell. However, Lionel didn't mind even if it became useless after the fourth dimension. All he wanted was for it to be of use now. As for the future, he could deal with it then. With these thoughts completed, Lionel sat on his small bed and sank his mind into the snow globe, still unaware that trouble had already come knocking. Chapter 6:16. Lionel immediately felt overwhelmed. In order to hide the existence of the force law art, a treasure Lionel was sure that even worlds would war over, he had chosen to keep it within the snow globe. But he hadn't taken time to consider the disconnect his mind and body would feel in doing so. Lionel felt as though his concept of time had been completely destroyed. As much as he would love to believe that this meant that he had unlocked some new cheat, he knew better than to think this. Maybe it was a product of his high dream force affinity, but he was quite good at seeing through illusions of the mind. As a result, he could tell that while his mind felt as though time had come to a grinding halt, his body was still very much experiencing it in real time. This seemingly small matter resulted in Lionel wasting over an hour before he even thought of gazing at the force law art. Lionel immediately retracted his mind from the snow globe, a cold sweat on his forehead. He realized then that had it not been for his high dream force affinity, he may very well have been stuck in the snow globe to the end of his life. Of course, things wouldn't be so exaggerated. As long as just one person came to check on him, he would be able to leave. Well, as long as that person was determined enough to smash through the protections he had put up. But it was a scary thought thoughtless. Wow. So this is Time Force. This was the first time Lionel had come across Time Force, and it was only now he truly understood how fearsome it was. Much like everything else in his segmented cube, he took the snow globes for granted. But the reality was that their value was impossibly great as well. If someone with Time Force affinity knew that Lionel had such things and in such large quantities, they'd likely be willing to give up whatever large amount of wealth they had for just one. Well, that or they'd go all out to kill him. Being able to have the opportunity to observe Time Force at work was rare. Yet, it seemed like Lionel could do so whenever he wanted. Lionel took a deep breath. This time, he steeled his mind and was prepared for the sudden change. The world within the snow globe was an expanse of white fog. At least, that was what it was normally when there was nothing to be stored within it. But now, there was a massive globe of floating golden symbols. It felt as though Lionel had stepped into the inner workings of a clock. Every shift in a rune or symbol here would cause a chain reaction that ricocheted throughout the whole Force Law art. Just standing there, Lionel found himself awed at its beauty. At that moment, Lionel felt a tiny prick on his finger. 20 minutes already. This time, Lionel had commanded little Tolly to give him a small prick in 20-minute intervals. He could hardly believe that even though he felt like he was on guard this time, that he still managed to wash away so much time so easily. Still, there was a difference now. Lionel hadn't gotten lost due to some feeling of time dilation, but rather due to the beauty of the Force Law art. Maybe only he would be able to say that such a complex system was beautiful, but this was truly how Lionel saw it. If he could one day create a craft so perfect, just what level would it be at? So that's why Camelot uses spiritual wood as a medium. Ugh, spiritual wood is such a terrible name. Let's call it mage wood. Wait, no, that's even worse. Let's throw out the wood part entirely, it ruins everything. Lionel settled on the name spiritual medium. Because, even after just 20 minutes of study, Lionel realized that this so-called spiritual medium didn't have to be wood at all. The basic principle of Camelot's spells was amplification. When Lionel was first learning light elemental mage arts, he was stunned by how simple they were. But, what he soon found out afterward was that the simple layered on itself to form more and more complex spell structures. The amplification of this layering was where the strength of powerful spells came from. A spiritual medium took advantage of this foundational law of Camelot's mage arts. During the conjuring of a spell, it amplified each one of the individual basic parts, thus making the whole more powerful. Lionel realized right then that if he really wanted to heal his coach, maybe reforming a new healing spell wasn't necessary. If he could just find an excellent spiritual medium, his strength could increase by 10 times without even learning a single new spell. As for what could be used as a spiritual medium, Lionel realized that anything with high soul force compatibility could work. The reason the trees Camelot formed their wands out of worked so well was because they were a special breed capable of purifying regular force. This made them good outlets for soul force, which was essentially just that. I don't have any spiritual mediums powerful enough, and I also don't want to carry around a wand. Maybe it was the teenage angst in him, but Lionel had no intention of running around like Gandalf. From what Lionel could tell, the wand format was just a product of circumstance. Wood wasn't exactly the easiest material to work with, and restricting the spiritual tree too much would cause it to lose its functions. But, if Lionel picked a better spiritual medium, then he could mold it into anything he liked. Lionel nodded to himself. But for now, he didn't act on this thought. The spiritual medium he needed would have to be high grade within the 4th dimension. Getting such a resource from this place would require strength. And that once again brought him back to a need to heal himself. Lionel turned his attention back to the massive inner workings of the Force Law art again. Just 20 minutes got him such a breakthrough. Though it seemed meaningless and quite tiny, one needed to consider how long it must have taken Camelot to realize the benefits of a spiritual medium. There were many discoveries throughout history that seemed trivial. Until they suddenly weren't. Outside of Lionel's dorm room-like accommodations, the commotion was only growing. A youth stood amidst many. His face was flushed red from exertion and his mouth opened so wide one could fit 2 fists into it. He looked somewhat comical, but the booming voice that came out as a result had already been shaking the freshman houses for several hours already. Coward of the freshman class, come seek your punishment. All around this roaring youth, there was a group of what seemed to be 6. But considering the emblem on their neckwear, everyone knew that they were from Hero Peak. It seems that coward isn't enough of an insult for him. Start with plan B. One of the youths said plainly. Chapter 617. The young man with the large mouth hesitated when he heard these words. Saying such things. Usually, when two behemoths faced off against each other, it was always the little people who suffered most. He was just a freshman, no different from Lionel. Yet, because he, quite literally, had a big mouth, he ended up in this situation. In truth, he was among the group who had surrounded Lionel and Aina during that time. But, for obvious reasons, he hadn't been able to lay a hand on either. As a result, he ended up venting his frustrations in one of the few open bars freshmen could afford and happened to be overheard. Once again, because of his big mouth. Now, he had been standing here, yelling insults for the past several hours. By now, his throat was scorched and his tongue felt heavy. He really needed water, but he was also too afraid to ask these seniors for such aid. He couldn't even muster up the courage to look at them. From time to time, he would send pleading glances toward his fellow freshmen, but they only returned rage-fueled gazes back. These were the freshman living quarters after all. In an ironic twist, Lionel, the one person they wanted to bother the most, was likely the only one unbothered by this turn of events. Obviously, as mere freshmen, they couldn't even dream of turning their anger toward the seniors. If even the likes of Inkith had to tread carefully around these youths, who were they to do any different as youths who couldn't even match up to him? As a result, everyone turned their anger toward their fellow freshmen. Why the hell did he have to have such a big mouth? The young man was known as Tetris. But at this moment, the only thing he could be happy about was that very few knew this. He wanted to cry real tears, but could only suck it up. I'll just have to wear a mask and change my voice until all of this blows over. Taking a deep breath and holding back a stream of salty liquid, Tetris began to bellow once more. I hear your name is Lionel. It's too bad that you were too much of a coward to tell us yourself, so we had to call up your mother. Don't worry, we gave her a good time. How else do you think we got her to sell out her own son? A silence fell over the freshman quarters. Beads of sweat fell down Tetris' brow. He really thought that there was no way any man would allow such words to be said about his mother. If Lionel was ignoring him before, there was simply no fathomable way that he would continue to do so. The eerie silence that fell over the freshman quarters felt like a calm before the storm. But, even after more than 2 minutes, there was still no movement from the freshman quarters. The youth beside gave Tetris another signal. Since the first wasn't enough, they would just go down the rabbit hole. He really wanted to see if this Lionel would truly not dare to step out after they were through raking his name through the mud. Author's note, fair warning. I got a bit creative with these ones. I think I need to see a therapist. A man who doesn't step out to protect his own mother's name. Ah, I get it. When you were being conceived, your old man had his cock in his hand, bending over the side of the bed with sweat pouring down his face, taking bets for which of your whore mother's gang bangers would father you. I also hear that your mother birthed you along with a steaming pile of shit. She was so cum drunk, she couldn't tell which pile of garbage was you. Who the hell knows what she was doing up until she went into labor? Don't worry about your little girlfriend. We have real men over at Hero Peak, she's getting your mother's treatment and then some. When next you see her, she won't even be able to remember your name. Her vocabulary will be whittled down to yes, daddy. And right away, daddy. Tetris' barrage of insults only seemed to grow worse and worse. No stone was left unturned. It was like a rapid-fire collection of what would only expect to find in the worst kind of doujin. It was a horror to listen to without a doubt. The youths who had come to the freshman quarters knew their limits. They didn't dare to cause a commotion throughout the whole city, or else they would be annoying people they couldn't afford to annoy. So, Thetra's voice was restricted to the few kilometer-long strip assigned to freshmen, but that didn't stop news from spreading like wildfire, especially after there was not a single movement from Lionel even after all this time. On a building a distance away, a youth wearing the emblem of Valiant Halls sat, looking on with a half-bored, half-amused expression. He had come here to protect Lionel at Sale's will, but he didn't expect this brat to actually be such a coward. Aya, of all the Hero Peak members you had to catch the attention of, it had to be that sadistic bastard. The young man, who went by Jerson, looked at the back profile of the youth standing by Thetris, handing him orders every so often. Even just his back view made him seem like a writhing snake, ready to pounce. He had only been in Valiant Heart for 3 years, yet he had already been promoted to a white belt and was only a step away from entering the ranks of blue belts. Unfortunately, his strength was just one aspect. What he was truly known for was being the king of the oars. He was a business-savvy individual who practically hoarded merits thanks to his borderline evil business practices. Him targeting Lionel like this was truly a case of bad luck. It seemed that this king of oars, Sariath, was using Lionel as a stepping stone to ease his promotion to blue belt. TCH. Bad luck indeed. But, what does this have to do with me? Jerson leaned back on the rooftop, half closing his eyes. Chapter 618. Lionel had no idea what was happening on the outside. How could he? Even if someone was knocking on his door at this very moment, he wouldn't hear it. The more he studied the force law art, the greater his comprehension became. Every so often, he would test this by, somewhat ironically, buffing the protections on his little room. This only made it even more unlikely for him to hear what was going on. Even if the whole of the freshman quarters fell to an earthquake, it was very likely that Lionel would be left unharmed. He might not even be able to tell that such a thing was happening to begin with. Lionel completely immersed himself in the world of Camelot's magic system. He made one discovery after another. He almost felt like a kid who had gone back to grade school. The rapid changes in his thought process almost left him in awe. He realized then that he was actually forming a way of thought. All throughout one's formative years, maybe what was most important wasn't what you learned, but how you learned it. What was more important than how much you knew, was the way you had come to understand it all. Unfortunately, too often, methods of thought were extremely high-level classes left to youths who had already had their minds molded. By then, it was often too late to change much of anything. But at this moment, Lionel felt that he was in a unique position. Not only was he aware of the importance of this method of thought, but he was also simultaneously in the position of a youth learning everything for the first time. He immediately realized that this was yet another opportunity. And, maybe just as quickly, he realized what the cornerstone for his method of thought should be. There were 2 factors, flexibility and foundation. As described before, Camelot's magic system was bottom-up. Rather than constructing new spells for every use case, what it instead did was build upon existing spells to create new, more powerful and more useful ones. One might wonder how this might be different from other magic systems. Well, one could take, for example, Lionel's Morales family's metal synergy lineage factor. This alone could be constituted as its own magic system, this one reliant on the absorption of metals. One could build an entire civilization on this concept alone. These 2 magic systems were similar in that they both relied on setting strong foundations. Lionel could build new affinities for himself, but he had to start from the bottom and work his way up. In this way, the 2 were very similar. However, where they differed was in their flexibility. The foundational pieces of Camelot's magic system could be easily swapped and weren't as rigid as the Morales family's. If Lionel started building a space affinity for himself, he couldn't just discard it for the sake of a time affinity. In Camelot's system, though, if Lionel began to build his way toward an extremely powerful fire mage art, swapping out its foundational pieces would be as easy as thinking it. One might think that this wasn't a fair comparison. After all, one was a mage art that could be deployed and retrieved at will, while the latter was a body cultivation art that was in perpetual action. But Lionel felt that this was an improper way to think about it, especially the more he studied Camelot's magic system. Lionel believed that the best way to maximize this magic system was to focus on the element you had affinity with and slowly build a massive spell structure over time. This spell structure would combine all the lowest level spells you had the highest compatibility with to form the strongest mage art you could cast. If one looked at it this way, with the spell being a lifelong partner that could be refined over several decades, to centuries, to even millennia, then was it really so different? Lionel believed that if given enough time, Camelot would have eventually stumbled onto this truth as well. They already had the foundation, and this was obviously the most logical next step. Yes. This is the right path, the most optimal path for this magic system. I'll call it Mage Core. Mage Core. As a young mage, one would begin to form this mage core within one's ethereal glabella. Not much unlike the spear embryo within Lionel's, one would nurture and help foster the growth of this mage core. One would begin with the lowest level basic spells and build upward, eventually constructing an ultimate spell unique to yourself. This was the basic idea Lionel settled upon after the second hour concluded. But, by the time he got to the fourth, it evolved once again. By the time a half day had passed, the concept of this mage core had been morphed once more. All the while, force elements were slowly congealing within Lionel's ethereal glabella. At first, it was a sphere. But, it began to slowly change, growing a stem, and eventually beautiful twinkling leaves. As the hours and eventually days ticked by, a gorgeous multicolored flower had bloomed within Lionel's mind. Its stem was a swirl of colors that eventually opened to a budding rose. It had one petal that flickered with a deep crimson, licks of fire dancing across its surface. It had another petal that seemed white on first inspection, but had a delicate blue hue to it. It twinkled like the finest stars in the sky. Yet another petal was a radiant gold. Yet, unlike the heavy metal, it waved in the wind, looking more flexible than the lightest feather. The final petal was a deep black. Its every movement caused the space around it to crack and fold. How it managed to stay in place without shattering the delicate flower to pieces was a wonder of nature. Lionel felt that calling this a mage core was no longer appropriate. However, he chose to stick with it, not knowing how this budding flower might choose to change in the future. On that day, almost half a month after he first entered meditation, Lionel expelled a long breath and opened his eyes. At that moment, a swirl of force shot toward him, inadvertently shattering his protections. A massive cyclone formed overhead, throwing the freshman quarters into another upheaval. Lionel's mage core rose within his ethereal glabella, finding a home amidst his 3 rotating stars. Chapter 6:19. The sudden change took hold of the whole of Valiant City. Whereas the commotion had once only taken hold of the freshman quarters, at this point, it was as though the force of Valiant Heart had all chosen to concentrate toward one region. There wasn't a single person that didn't sense the change. From the weakest to the strongest, they all looked toward one particular direction. Lionel looked down at his own body, feeling strength flooding through it. This is it. Lionel lip curled. One had to remember that the core of Merlin's trial world encompassed the whole magic system of Camelot. Back then, was it only mages that had entered? The answer was obviously no. So, in that case, why was it that it seemed that Lionel was so focused on the path of a mage but didn't say anything about knights from start to end? The truth was that there was a thin line of separation between the two. The path that Camelot had split into 2 had always meant to be one. The 4 petals on Lionel's mage core bloomed, growing a fold in size. At that moment, a 5th petal began to form, growing until it balanced the rest into a state of absolute perfection. Even the crackling of the black petals seemed to ease, calming until it only sent small ripples in every direction. This 5th petal was other than Lionel's earth variant affinity. It held a beautiful bronze color, its every movement causing what sounded like sharpening metal to ring through the air. This was the process of Lionel's body perfectly combining with his magic. He could feel it coursing through his pores, filling his body up with a brimming strength. As the light element flooded through him, his body began to rapidly heal. As the fire and star elements surged through his veins, he felt as though his resistance against his own scarlet star force had skyrocketed. As the earth element rippled through his body, the foundation of his metal body grew steadier, opening up a path toward forward progress. And finally, as the space element shook his body to its very core, he felt as though his divine armor had fused with him toward a new level of perfection. This is Camelot's true magic system. A system where the best spiritual medium is other than one's own body. Lionel felt like he could call down the elements with a thought, fueling his actions with the force of the world. It was difficult for Lionel to concentrate his half-month of study into just a few words, but if he had to, it almost felt like he had turned his body into a lightning rod for magic. Whereas in the past he needed to use his soul force to draw force arts to call down the elements, he didn't need force arts to do so anymore. It was almost as though Lionel had gained an ability. However, what was scariest about this ability was that when Lionel consciously chose to draw force arts, not only would it be even faster than his already blazing speed, it would be tens of times more powerful. This was the true beginning of Camelot's magic system. Grand Heal. A pillar of golden light fell from the skies. It tore a path through the dorm rooms, leaving everything practically unscathed. The only change was that everyone who passed by this light suddenly felt lighter on their feet, like all their hidden injuries and worries had been washed away. Lionel took a deep breath, soaking up all the golden lights as though a drunkard. With just a single, grand heal, he had gone from 70% healed to over 80%. He cast it a few more times, feeling intoxicated. After the sixth, he finally managed to return to 100%. He felt his bones pop and crackle. He stood, the floors beneath his feet threatening to shatter. Having stepped into the true gate of this magic system, Lionel didn't even have to modify the spells he already knew to display combat prowess equivalent to the fourth dimension. This was how great a boost forming his mage core had given him. Even the simplest of spells had become exponentially more powerful. It's not quite enough to heal Coach, but I only need to focus on rebuilding the spell from the ground up to get the results I want. If I was a doctor, restructuring healing spells would be much easier, but unfortunately, as Lionel was lost in his thoughts, the commotion of force he had caused slowed until it was as though nothing had even happened. It was at that exact moment that a voice familiar to all the freshmen sounded once again. "Lionel, you scolding piece of trash." Huh. Lionel's gaze seemed to penetrate through the walls. He didn't like having his thoughts interrupted, and he would have already put up another silencing array had it not been for the fact he just heard his own name. "I heard your mother picked your last name out of a hat. Too bad she couldn't remember who her bastard kid's daddy was." Lionel's gaze went cold. Outside, Thetra's voice continued to boom. He had been shocked by the sudden shift in force, but he regained his confidence after it dimmed down. Over the past 2 weeks, he had gotten more bold. Since Lionel was too scared to come out, what did he have to fear exactly? The best part was that he was also getting paid handsomely, and he didn't even have to yell continuously like he had in the past. Now, he only had to say something every few hours, and he even got ample time for rest and play. His only task was to remind everyone that Lionel was a coward who didn't dare to do anything in the face of such insults. He was quite happy with this arrangement, even though he wasn't necessarily needed. By now, Lionel's face was plastered all over Valiant City in the form of a bounty parody. Even without him, people wouldn't forget. He took a swing of water, a wide grin on his face. "Did you know, Lionel? Everyone knows you as Leo the Cuck now. The bounty posters are everywhere. It's a shame you can't see them. It's all right though, every night when we fuck your girlfriend to sleep, she cuddles up with one in her arms." Thetris took another swing of his water, ready to shout out at the top of his lungs again, but his words were suddenly caught in his throat. He didn't know when, but a tall shadow had suddenly appeared before him. On the roof of a building not far away, Jersen's eyes shot open. Chapter 620. Lionel looked down toward Tetris, whose mouth hung half open. The latter was so stunned by the sudden change that the swig of water he had just taken drizzled out from his mouth, falling down his chin and drenching his shirt completely. Lionel's hand was like a snaking whip, shooting forward so quickly that Tetris didn't even have a chance to register its movement, let alone react to it. Tetris keeled over, feeling as though every bone in his rib cage had shattered simultaneously. His body seemed to lag behind the shot of pain he felt. Time dilated, his body convulsing in a fit of pain before, only then, shooting backward like a rocket. He crashed into a thick pillar, his spine warping. The freshman quarters fell into another bout of silence. Truthfully, over the past 2 weeks, they had learned to live with Tetris' voice. They had no choice in the matter. It was either they accept it, or leave Valiant Heart entirely. None of them dared to deal with a person protected by a white belt, so how would they dare touch Tetris? The pillar Tetris had just crashed into was just one of many surrounding a community meditation square. It was meant to be one of the many tasked with helping concentrate force in this region. Though it was much worse than the personal meditation rooms, as freshmen who couldn't afford anything, this was the best they could do with. Knowing this, there was no surprise, then, that there weren't a small number of people present. Many of them had learned to ignore Tetris, so they hadn't seen the initial collision. But they had most definitely heard the end result. When they looked toward the direction Tetris had come flying from, they all felt their hearts skip a beat. Lionel was completely expressionless, but the energies around him seemed to be seething in rage for him. The wind around him was still, almost too still. But it was as though the world refused to regain its normal color. Lionel's figure blurred, appearing before Tetris in another blink. Hey, hey, hey. Lionel found his wrist clamped down by someone else just as he was about to grab Tetris' head. What are you trying to do here exactly? Kill him? Jersen frowned, looking at Lionel as though he had lost his mind. If you are going to vent, don't you think it's a bit pathetic to wait until the true culprits have all disappeared just to take out your rage on a pawn? Are you even a man? Jersen's disdain for Lionel boiled over. He couldn't help but feel disgust when he looked at this young man. He didn't know why Sale had asked him to protect him, but if he had to guess, it was because Lionel's family background wasn't simple. But, for Lionel to have a family background robust enough for Sale to tiptoe around him, yet end up in Valiant Heart. Well, wasn't the conclusion obvious? He was too pathetic to make it in his big-shot family, so he came here to flex his talent, only to realize that Valiant Heart had its fair share of steel plates to accidentally kick. The result was him hiding away in his little dorm room for weeks, only to come and bully someone far weaker than him. If that wasn't pathetic, then what was? It was clear that many agreed with Jersen's words. The freshmen remained silent in their places of meditation, but most of them agreed. Their looks of disdain alone seemed to make the atmosphere several times heavier. But, what no one expected was for Jersen to have hardly finished his words before he suddenly found a knee approaching his chin. Huh. Jersen couldn't even react before he felt his jaw rattle. It was as though a steel club had swept up and through him. If it wasn't for the fact he had just shut his mouth, he would have bitten his tongue clean off. Lionel ripped his wrist out of Jersen's grasp. His fist cocked back even as Jersen's feet lifted off the ground. Flames suddenly erupted on his knuckles, concentrating to the point they formed a level of crimson that seemed reserved for hell. Bang! Lionel's fist collided against Jersen's chest. The latter flew backward, a trail of smoke and crackling flames following his trajectory. It felt like he had been before Lionel in one instant, but in the next, he had collided with another pillar, blood flying from his lips. Jersen sank down, violently coughing. Unlike Tetris, though, he didn't lose consciousness immediately. He landed on the ground, his face grimacing in pain, but the flicker of rage behind his gaze was palpable. Ha! Attacking a member of Valiant Hall, it seems you really have a death wish. Jersen growled, pushing his body up. At that moment, his blue eyes flickered with arcs of lightning. He stood, his body exploding forward with an impossible speed. But he lost track of Lionel almost instantly. When next he saw him, he found a palm closing in on his face. Lionel appeared to Jerson's side, his palm shattering the latter's nose. In that very instant, his fingers clamped down on Jerson's skull. His back flexed, his thigh bulging. Bang! The back of Jerson's head smashed into the ground. The stone tiles of the community meditation square shattered, shooting up into the skies in a rain of rubble. Jerson's eyes rolled back, their whites looking up into the sky. Lionel stood, his pace even as he walked back to Thetris. It was as though he had never fought Jerson to begin with, as though he never truly took the latter seriously. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, a promising youth of Valiant Hall, a genius who had already gotten promoted to a white belt, was defeated. Lionel kneeled by Thetris' side, picking up the latter by his hair to force their eyes level. Thetris teetered and winced, his consciousness fading in and out. He wanted nothing more than to collapse and forget the pain his body was in, but the more Lionel moved him around, the less of a chance he had at this dream of his. Start speaking, or else I'm going to pin your headless corpse to this pillar. Chapter 621. Reminder that since it's the weekend, there will only be 2 chapters today and tomorrow. Back to 4 on Monday, the streets around Lionel seemed to grow especially silent. The sight of a single young man dragging 2 half-dead youths behind him was quite one to behold indeed, especially when one of them wore the emblem of Valiant Hall. Even Hero Peak didn't dare to mistreat the members of that hall so blatantly, even though they had launched plenty of underhanded schemes of their own. It didn't take long for many to match Lionel's face to the bounty posters that had been plastered all around Valiant City. Though the most promising youths of Valiant Heart usually spent most of their time in their peaks, making use of training rooms, the city was almost always filled by the lesser-than characters of the organization. Beyond this, there were also some high-class establishments that the true talents used to blow off some steam. However, Lionel's goal wasn't one of these high-class establishments, but rather a low-class one almost anyone could afford. And, unfortunately for Jerson, who wouldn't be caught dead in such a place, his actions had made Lionel think that he was part of all of this, resulting in him being dragged through the city to this very establishment. Lionel's foot blasted through the doors of the low-class bar. One would think that he had to rely on his strength to do so, but he was certain that even if he was still a normal human, he would have been able to accomplish the same feat just as easily. The doors of the bar hung loosely from their hinges, barely holding on even before Lionel's actions. Now, however, they found themselves flying out, finally free from their rotting wooden frames. If the inside of the bar had to be described in just a single word, it would be stale. It had dingy yellow lights, a musty smell, and brimmed with testosterone. It was almost as though a woman had never set foot into this place, and if they had, it definitely hadn't been with pure intentions. This was apparently the bar that Thetris had been overheard in, and was also the place the so-called King of Ors had recruited him from. Hey! What do you think you're doing? The immediate response to Lionel's actions was hostility. Most of the businesses run in Valiant City were owned by youths. As one might expect, the competition over land and their rights was quite stiff. Even for a dilapidated place like this, there was no doubt that there was a genius behind it somewhere. Attacking a place like this was no different from slapping the face of a senior. So, it was no wonder the reaction, despite the perpetual rowdiness of the place, was still so exaggerated. The bartender immediately jumped to action. Even in the dim lights, the white belt wrapped around his waist was clear for all to see. It didn't take Lionel more than a single glance to tell that he was tier 5 in strength. Not only was he tier 5, but compared to the tier 4s Lionel had originally defeated when he first stepped foot in this city, he was exponentially more powerful. However, even as he jumped over the counter, planting a single palm down as an anchor, Lionel only spoke a single sentence that stopped him in his tracks. "You're free to keep attacking, but in return I'll burn this whole place to the ground." Flickering flames danced across Lionel's skin. He looked no different from a flaming human, prepared to blast the small bar to smithereens. The bartender paused, his brow furrowing into a frown. He scanned Lionel up and down, eventually landing on the two he dragged by their hair. His pupils constricted when he recognized Jerson. White belt might have been the line of demarcation between freshmen and seniors, but there were obviously lines of division between them. Usually, this was decided by time taken. The bartender had taken 3 years to promote to white belt. But all geniuses like Jerson took less than a single year. The fact that Jerson was in such a state made the bartender realize that he should be thanking Lionel, or else he would have ended up in the same state. He gulped, his body tensing. Even though the owner of this bar wouldn't have to fear Lionel, by the time he got here for revenge, wouldn't he have already suffered the worst? Considering how little that senior cared about this place, why would he care about a small-time bartender? "Why have you come?" The bartender spoke, trying to maintain his calm. 2 weeks ago. Lionel said plainly. There was a senior who came here to recruit him. Lionel threw Tetris forward without a care for his injuries. Who is that senior and where is he? Lionel seemed to be asking a question, but his demeanor was so bitingly cold and his words so demanding that it almost felt like a statement. The bartender didn't even feel like not answering was an option. Sending a scared glance toward Tetris, a stream of memories immediately flooded the bartender's mind. But, when he realized the kind of information Lionel wanted, he froze. A cold sweat began to pour down his forehead, his fingers beginning to tremble. On one side, there was the youth right in front of him, clearly uncaring about humiliating the senior who owned this bar. He was a madman and clearly nothing like the coward the Leo the Cuck posters painted him out to be. But, on the other side, there was the King of Wars, a vicious man known as a snake by many. The kind of poisonous existence who had done any and everything to claim the wealth he had now. Not answering the question would cause this demon incarnate to come down on him. But, while answering it would save his life for now, what would happen when the matters of today returned to the ears of the King of Wars? It's just a simple math equation, don't you think? Like the voice of a reaper, Lionel's voice drifted into the bartender's ears. If you do answer, you'll anger just one man. But, if you don't, I'll burn down this bar and beat you half dead. That way, you'll enrage both me and your boss, while eventually telling me what I want to know anyway. So, what do you choose? Chapter 622. The ore market was the most lucrative in Valiant Heart. If one thought about it, this wasn't too surprising. What else would one expect to find in a world of such mountainous regions if not an endless number of ores? Valiant Heart was especially known for its rich herb ore reserves. One might imagine, then, for a mere white belt to claim such a large portion of this market, he definitely couldn't be a normal man. No one knew exactly what the King of Ore's secret was, but what they did know was that he was a vicious man not many dared to cross. All this said, the ore market of Valiant City wasn't what one would expect. The youths of Valiant Heart had no need for buying raw ores. Aside from some crafter factions within their organization, sales rarely, if ever, ended up in the hands of the students of Valiant Heart. Rather, the ore market was a hotspot for traders coming from outside Valiant Heart. The youths usually took missions that could range in anything from finding the sources of new ore veins to excavating already existing mines. Usually, these youths would be under the wing of factions who laid claim to these ores for themselves. These ore factions designated youths with unique abilities to find new ore sources while deploying their stronger members toward guarding the veins they claimed. The lowest-ranking members were tasked with mining and bringing these ores back. These ores would then be brought to the market and sold, mostly in bulk, to various trading companies. Valiant Heart Mountain was content to allow their students to battle it out over these resources, taking a kickback from the taxes. This way, they could both accumulate resources and funds while training the next generation all at once. Due to these reasons, the ore market was simultaneously a place of profit and a battlefield of commerce. At that moment, within one of the many pitched tents of the ore market, a palm slammed down on a large wooden table, rattling all the scales and measuring devices on it. This tent was among the largest the ore market had to offer, and a line that extended for hundreds of meters could be found outside its flaps. The tent alone was over 5 meters tall and had an almost 20-meter diameter. The inside placed a large, thick wooden table at the front. But, to the back, rather than being one large room like most tents, there seemed to be several divided lots. It was hard to tell if these were storage spaces, or if they were offices. Either way, neither the people within the tent, nor outside of it, were worrying about this at the moment. They were entirely focused on the scuffle that was about to ensue. Whoa, whoa. Calm down, Kayla, you'll destroy our precious map if you hit any harder. A young man sitting behind the large wooden desk chuckled, gently patting the beast skin map sprawled out over the table. Then, just as calmly, he picked up the measuring devices that had fallen over. Kayla, a young woman who stood over the desk fuming, only became more infuriated when she heard these words. Why is the price so high? It's 50% up from just half a year ago. How are you expecting us to afford it? Kayla was quite the looker, especially when her chest was heaving like that. She wore spectacles that couldn't hide her vibrant green eyes and had a curvaceous figure. She was definitely the subject of admiration for many male students. Unfortunately, she spent much of her time locked away in a lab. Even if one wanted to court her, it was near impossible. Even now, she wore what looked like a lab coat over her uniform, partially hiding what was definitely a sight that would be even more enticing. The young man picked at his ears. We set the price, you buy. If you don't want to buy, then don't. Kayla grit her teeth, her rage palpable. If it wasn't for the special gloves she seemed to be wearing, her nails might have already drawn blood from her palms. Does Saria think that just because he promoted to blue belt that he can do whatever he wants now? The young man smiled slyly. Yet, despite the fact he didn't give a verbal response, his entire demeanor seemed to scream, yeah? And what are you going to do about it? I'll remember this well, Nigmir. Your King of Or's faction can forget about buying any crafts from my polished glass faction. The young man was stunned for a moment before he began to laugh uproariously. He laughed so hard that one would have thought that he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He wheezed, only managing to calm himself after taking a large gulp of water. Almost immediately afterward, in striking contrast, his expression became bitingly cold. Do you see how many people are outside waiting to trade with us? Nigmir all but growled these words out. Your pitiful faction only comes here twice a year, so you have no idea that the prices have been like this for over a week already. Yet, do you see any of them running away from it? You think you can use your weak trash of a crafting faction to pressure us? What is the best weapon you can even provide at your best? Tier 4? If I trade enough ores, I can lay hands on enough Tier 7 treasures to outfit every captain of the King of Or's faction. Who the hell do you think you are? Kayla glared back, matching Nigmir's gaze. At that moment, a hair scrunchie that kept her hair in a ponytail seemed to come alive, dancing with flames. But in the end, she chose not to attack. She turned away, fury lighting her gaze. Oh, Anne. Since you seem to like pressuring people, how about this? You can forget about buying ores from our market, period. Anyone who trades with you will now be an enemy of King of Or's faction. Nigmir's voice boomed, spreading across the whole ore market, drifting to the ears of everyone. Kayla's fists gripped tighter, her shoulders trembling slightly. But, she didn't turn back as she continued to walk away. It was at that moment that a sudden commotion sounded from the outside of the tent. Stop. Can't you see there's a line here? Scram before I help you roll out of here. The only response was a muffled groan and a figure flying into the fragile fabric of the large tent, ripping another large hole open aside from its entrance. The entirety of the ore market fell into chaos. Chapter 623. Lionel had entered the ore market with slow, deliberate steps. Everyone who saw him seemed to give him a wide berth, whether it be by design or instinct. Originally, he hadn't known exactly where to go, his hands now empty of jersen and Thetris with them having outlived their use. But, Nigmir's shouts gave him an easy road map to follow. Since they wanted to roll out the red carpet for him, he would happily oblige. Nigmir shot up from his seat, a deep frown on his face when he saw one of their peacekeepers come flying through the tent's wall. At first, Nigmir thought that this was Kayla's doing. With her fiery temper, he didn't think that she would take this laying down. He had most definitely expected her to at least try to inform the elders of valiant heart. But, directly attacking was a foolish choice. It would only give them even more leverage when it came to the inevitable trial. Nigmir didn't think Kayla was this stupid. And, as expected, when he turned to face her, she was just as surprised by the turn of events as he was. At that moment, a young man whose body danced with what looked like golden flames slowly made his way forward. His posture was casual, his hands even being in his pants pockets. Yet, no one dared to approach him. The heat he was giving off was simply too much. Black belt? Nigmir was stunned. A mere black belt dared to make so much trouble? Not only was this brat a black belt, but he didn't even have a peak emblem on his belt either. The only youths who had yet to join a peak by now were the average to below average talents. They would need more accumulation before they could think of passing the peak exams. This meant that Nigmir watching Lionel stroll into the ore market like this was almost like a king beast watching an ant try to take over its territory. It wasn't just a small bit ridiculous. Before Nigmir could regain his bearings and realize that he should have been enraged at this moment, this so-called ant suddenly spoke. Seraph. Where is he? Lionel's voice was cold and detached. His words alone seemed to cause the elements to bow down, even to the point many felt as though space itself had been constricted. Nigmir's mind went blank. Seraph? He, of course, knew the name. But, since when did a mere black belt not respectively call him King of Ores? Since when was it a brat's turn to call out their leader's name so casually as though it was worth nothing more than dirt? It was then that Nigmir finally recognized Lionel. They had taken some liberties with the Leo the Cuck posters, almost making Lionel look like a caricature of his own self while making it recognizable enough to pick him out on the streets. But, at this moment, Nigmir found it almost impossible to match Lionel with those posters. That said, this had long ago stopped being anything about Lionel's talent. No person who could defeat a Tier 4 existence while in the third dimension was weak. No person who could claim 10 tags during the freshman exam was weak. No person who could enrage the vice leader of Hero Peak was weak. Those who still thought this was about Lionel's talent were fools. This was about nothing more than seniors enforcing the hierarchy they had worked hard to climb. Nigmir stared at Lionel for a long while. Peacekeepers! Nigmir roared. At that moment, the sound of shuffling feet surrounded the massive tent. Everyone knew that the ore market was nothing more than a hidden battleground. Though it had been a long time since anyone deemed to test the King of Ore's faction, that didn't mean they weren't prepared at all times. Amidst the peacekeepers, a young man with teeth as sharp and jagged as a shark's burst into laughter. Nigmir. Your prestige seems to have taken a hit. You can't control a black belt on your own and even had to call for help? Don't blame him too much, Cormus. His senses have gotten dull after doing nothing but counting money all day. The peacekeepers erupted into laughter together. Their two leaders, Cormus, the jagged-toothed young man, and Ardren, a young woman carrying a massive great sword, bantering back and forth. Kayla frowned at this sudden change of events. Though Cormus and Ardren only seemed to be joking, their underlying point still stood. It didn't make sense for the King of Ore's faction to bring out so much firepower to deal with one young man. It was as though they wanted to end this swiftly and strongly, displaying their dominance to the utmost degree. But the question was, why? Who was this boy? Since when did King of Ores care about a mere black belt so much? Unfortunately for Kayla, who spent 99% of her time in the lab, she was completely unaware of the viral Leo the Cuck phenomena. And she was equally unaware of how much of an uproar Lionel's actions today had already caused. This is not good. Kayla snapped out of her thoughts, suddenly realizing the severity of the situation. If King of Ores wanted to make an example of Lionel, even if they didn't kill him, beating him half to death would at most get them a light punishment, especially since Lionel was seen as the aggressor in this case. To make matters worse, even though King of Ors was all constructed of youths who had joined at the same time as Seraph, no more than 5 years ago, each and every one had become a white belt within 2 years, and the most elite of them would at most need another half year before becoming blue belts. If the elite of the sophomore class had to be picked out, it would most definitely be them. And now, they had all turned their weapons toward this one boy. Yet, when Kayla laid eyes on Lionel, she suddenly felt frozen in time. He stood there in silence, his hands in his pockets and his expression emotionless. Every so often, his eyes would flicker with a wild shade of violet red, only to return to their original pale green as though the change had never occurred to begin with. The wind was oddly still around him, the pumping of his heart even slowing to a crawl. Bang! Land in a 10-meter radius around Lionel instantly sunk down by a 1/4 inch. Chapter 624. The earth seemed to respond to Lionel's call. At that moment, bronze runes jumped to life all across his toned torso, a halo of light appearing about his head. But this time, something seemed different. Black sparkling energy, radiant golden light, glimmering soft blue brilliance and a raging inferno of crimson followed the path of his runes, fusing with his body as though they had always been there. In the blink of an eye, over 80% of the peacekeepers fell face first into the ground, facing a level of gravity they had never experienced before. Even those who managed to remain standing found it difficult to stop their knees from trembling. Many innocents were caught in the crossfire, namely those who had been waiting to purchase ores of their own, and even Kayla, who had been thinking of helping Lionel. But at this moment, the youth didn't seem to care. Lionel could feel the ground beneath his bare feet. Well, he had always been able to, and this only became easier after he began to wear Valiant Heart's uniform. But at this moment, it almost felt as though the world was in the palm of his hands. He could feel it. Even without summoning a force art, controlling the earth was as easy as thinking it. The instant he thought it, numerous earthen chains shot out for the group, shooting toward every peacekeeper present. Those that had been on the ground didn't have the time to react. In the blink of an eye, their limbs were wrapped and locked, their faces pressed so hard into the ground that they even found it difficult to breathe. Cormus, Ardren and Nigmir reacted quickly, the first and the last jumping high into the air while Ardren swung down her heavy sword, bashing the ground beneath her apart. The white tent collapsed, everything that was once inside it falling to the ground in a bloom of dust. However, that had only been the beginning. A pillar of earth formed beneath Lionel's feet, rising 2 meters into the air. As though it was an artillery unit with a mind of its own, a rain of earth and arrows began to fly out from within it, aiming toward Cormus and Nigmir, who had both jumped into the air. Unable to dodge, Cormus growled, baring his sharp teeth as a tough, leathery gray skin instantly spread across his body. The bones in his knuckles grew out, piercing through his skin and forming gloves of white that shimmered with a glossy finish. He rained a hail of fists forward, displaying much more power than he should have been able to mid-flight. Nigmir's reaction wasn't slow either. An illusory pair of greenish wings appeared to his back, his body becoming wrapped in a typhoon of wind. With a single flap, a violent, surging tornado tore the earthen arrows apart. Bang! 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 Cormus landed on the ground and instantly shot for Lionel. By that point, Ardren had done so as well. Her speed was much slower than Cormus, but their teamwork was impeccable. Their timing was so on the nose that they both reached the base of Lionel's pillar in unison, the latter jumping into the air again with a rain of fists and the former swinging her heavy sword with every intention of cutting the pillar in half. Nigmir stood in the air, a whirl of wind around him. He brought his hands together, his lips beginning to move in a silent chant. The more words he spoke, the greater the winds around him seemed to become. It grew more and more dense, the illusory green becoming almost solid as time went on. The wind gradually coalesced, forming a vibrant ivory armor around him. His hand grabbed out, causing an ivory lance with a length of over 4 meters to appear in his palm. The sky whimpered and wavered as he shot downward, his gaze flickering with thoughts of violence. At that moment, Cormus' fist reached Lionel even as the base of the latter's pillar was cut across by Ardren. However, Lionel didn't even react. Cormus found his fist smashing into Lionel's chest, a bloody grin on his face. Bang! Cormus' face twisted. In that split instant, he looked up to meet Lionel's indifferent gaze. The man stood above him, his hands still in his pockets. In fact, it didn't even look to Cormus that Lionel was actually gazing upon him. Rather, it felt like he just happened to be in his line of sight. Nothing more, nothing less. An audible crack sounded. The bones that covered Cormus' fists fractured and shattered, causing a roar of pain to leave his lips. Ardren, who had just severed Lionel's connection with the earth and sought to take advantage of the moment, was caught off guard by Cormus flying back toward her. She sidestepped, gritting her teeth and ignoring her teammate for the moment in hopes of still getting to Lionel. But, what she didn't expect was for the pillar she had just cut down to suddenly shoot into the air, taking Lionel alone with it. Bang! Cormus landed heavily on the ground, his entire arm feeling as though it had been shattered into a million pieces. Lionel rose his foot, his gaze locking onto Nigmir, who was swooping toward him with lance in hand. Nigmir's expression changed, but it was already too late. Lionel lightly lowered his foot, a ripple spreading across the pillar beneath him. What once was a pillar of more than 1.5 meters tall was suddenly left with nothing more than a small disc beneath Lionel's feet. The rest of it? Plunging down toward the ground, directed toward a horrified Ardren and Cormus. Boom! The two peacekeepers were instantly buried, their life and death completely unknown. The collision was so violent that even if there were cries of agony, it wouldn't have been heard over the loud, cacophonic ripple of the earth. The ground quaked and splintered, cracks spreading like wildfire all through the ore market. Lionel stood in the air upon his thin disk of earth, his hair violently flying about. A dense fog of violet hung around him, his body singing as it brimmed with overwhelming strength. The synergy between Lionel's metal synergy lineage factor and Camelot's magic system was completely beyond even his expectations. But now, the King of Or's faction had to accept the brunt of this surprise. Nigmir came to a grinding halt, his body quaked with rage and the wind around him kicked up a violent storm. The clouds above him seemed to react, becoming a churning swirl of white hanging in the skies. Chapter 625. For a freshman brat, you sure have a lot of guts. Nigmir's voice seemed to be everywhere, being carried by the wind to all corners. If Lionel didn't know better, he would have thought that he had cloned himself. Since someone has yet to teach you your place, let it be me. Nigmir's 4-meter-long lance trembled, a tempest of wind kicking up and concentrating around its shaft. In one moment, it looked no different from an enormous lance. In the next, it had become a drill bit, tearing through the skies with a momentum that would send a cold shiver down anyone's spine. Nigmir's arm flexed. In that instant, a cone of rotating wind shot through the skies. It was impossibly fast, crossing a distance of 100 meters in what felt like a blink. Lionel's gaze narrowed, a deep black force flickering around him. His body vanished, reappearing just a meter to the side. The cone of wind shot by, causing the merchants below to scatter. It tore through the ground, burrowing through the earth. The force was so concentrated and controlled that not a single crack appeared outside the hole. However, even with that being the case, the cone shot through at least 10 meters of ground, and might have had no intention of stopping had it not been for Nigmir's force running out. Lionel's expression looked at his arm. Numerous shallow cuts had torn into his skin, some of which even drew blood. His gaze shifted back to the hold in the ground, flashing with a hint of something unknown. It had to be known that Valiant Heart was a fifth-dimensional world. Even though it was nowhere near the most powerful fifth-dimensional worlds there was, it still had a very sturdy construction. Any attack that could affect change in its landscape was a powerful one. Lionel, himself, despite how overwhelming his current strength seemed, was also very limited. At that moment, he could only control the elements in a 10-meter radius around him, and even then, it required much more effort than it had on any fourth-dimensional world he had ever been on, especially since he wasn't a natural citizen of this world. For Nigmir to be able to display such prowess. Nigmir's arm flexed once again. This time, his attacks became like a blur, raining down an avalanche of spiraling cones. They whistled through the air, screaming with an ear-grating harshness. Kayla's eyes widened. He's gone insane. Run. What are you all still doing here? Kayla roared. The merchants, even if they didn't have guards, were often well versed in the art of self-protection. And, those that didn't, had most definitely heavily invested in protection from outside sources. But they were ultimately still small-time merchants. The true elite merchants wouldn't be trading with what effectively amounted to college kids. Or, more accurately, they wouldn't be waiting in line to do so. If these fools didn't run, a few really might die. Lionel seemed to have had a sense of propriety in his actions outside of what he had done with his gravity field, but Nigmir didn't seem to care even the slightest bit. Lionel drifted through the skies. Every time he appeared again, he would only shift a single meter in any direction, but with his calculative abilities, he was able to make use of this single meter as though it was an endless lifeline, shifting through Nigmir's barrage with an almost practiced ease. However, Nigmir didn't seem to care in the slightest, a savage expression lighting his face. The wind in the surroundings seemed to only grow more and more volatile. With each spiraling cone of death, the situation only grew worse. Outside the scope of the battlefield, a violent tempest was being kicked up. If a normal human had been in such a situation, even just walking around would have been impossible. Tents went flying, dust clouds kicked up, and even keeping one's eyes open became an impossible task. Wind style. Hurricane paradise. Nigmir's voice covered the skies. Kayla's expression changed. This madman is using a style on a freshman? However, what Kayla felt next made her close her mouth. If using a style on a freshman was shameless, then what could this be called? Nigmir peered down from above as though a god. He watched Lionel continue to dodge, his lip curling with disdain. Four Seasons Realm. Spring storm. At that instant, what once were violent, uncontrollable winds became even more so. The entirety of the ore market seemed to have become Nigmir's domain. Do you think that what you saw before was the extent of a senior's prowess? We went easy on you before, but it seemed that you didn't take our kindness to heart. So, today I'll show you the difference between a brat like you and the elites of the King of Or's faction. Nigmir was truly an elite amongst elites. Not only had he mastered a style, but he had also comprehended a season of the Four Seasons realm even to the point of perfectly fusing it with his style. This wasn't a simply additive change to his strength. The combination of his style and his spring realm was no weaker than if he had comprehended the entirety of the Four Seasons realm through second-hand means. If he mastered a second season realm that perfectly fused with his style, he would even be able to match up to someone who had self-comprehended one or two seasons. The clouds above reacted to Nigmir's call. The scent of spring hung in the air, the almost metallic scent of wet grass assaulting the senses. Nigmir rose his arms into the skies as though basking in his own glory. The tempest of wind seemed to only grow more and more powerful, the strands of green, illusory air becoming like whips lashing through the skies. Nigmir opened his eyes once more, his body brimming with strength. Then, he exploded forth, booming concentric circles of air lighting his pathway and accelerating him forward. Playtime was over. Chapter 626. Lionel watched as Nigmir shot forward. To everyone else, it looked as though it was effectively teleportation. Nigmir had almost instantly reached speeds of several hundred kilometers an hour. At such a speed, the mere 100 meters or so separating them might as well have been teleportation. But, in Lionel's mind, this might as well have been a snail's crawl. This wasn't because Lionel was faster. In fact, Nigmir, in raw speed, was likely faster than him unless he used his Four Seasons realm to fuel his speed branch lineage factor. Rather, it was because Lionel's mind simply processed things too quickly. This combination of style and the Four Seasons realm fascinated Lionel. If Nigmir was right about anything, it was that he had indeed underestimated the so-called seniors of Valiant Heart. He definitely had to re-evaluate how easily he would be able to defeat them. If this combination was possible, it wouldn't be surprising if other combinations were likewise in existence. Lionel was too ignorant of the ways of the dimensional verse, who knew how many unique things he had missed on. In fact, now that he thought about it, that weird chant Nigmir had used to solidify his wind force into armor and weapon. Lionel had never seen something like that before either. Of course, it could just be Nigmir's ability, but it was fascinating nonetheless. I guess there is value in learning things from this place. Well, if they let me stay here after this, that is. Nigmir still had half the distance to travel when Lionel flipped his palm, causing a long, flexible spear to appear. The spear itself seemed hollow, several deep etchings across its surface showcasing its empty insides. However, it was a truly beautiful sight to behold. The spear was almost 4 meters long. Its blade was long, thin and sharp. Just a small flick of Lionel's wrist caused the spear to bend and sway, waving about like a rigid whip. Nigmir crossed the 50-meter distance between them, blazed through the 40 and erupted past the 30. His speed only seemed to grow, the wind pressure from his movements alone blew against Lionel's body, seemingly ready to send him tumbling back and press him into the ground. However, it was only after Nigmir reached the 5-meter distance between them, just a meter or two from thrusting his lance through Lionel's heart, that the latter finally reacted. Wind domain. Lionel's body flickered. Nigmir's gaze sharpened. All this time, Lionel had been using a space teleportation art. Though Nigmir had been surprised about this at first, after a while, he calmed realizing that Lionel could only move a single meter in any direction. This made sense. After all, this was a fifth-dimensional world. Space was far sturdier here. Nigmir concluded that Lionel likely had a treasure on him of some sort that had lost most of its effectiveness after entering a higher-level world. This was a common matter. With this conclusion, he realized that there was no way Lionel was faster than he was, so he confidently shot forward, ready to end this battle in a single sweep. But at that moment, Lionel displayed speed no slower than his own. No, it was even faster. Before Nigmir could react, he found a spear at his throat. For the first time, he didn't have the weapon length advantage in battle, making his eyes widen. Still, he reacted quickly, his body shifting slightly. Just this slight movement required all the speed he could muster. It likely would have been impossible for anyone else, but he was able to time it perfectly. The spear should graze off my pauldrons. I can use this opportunity to attack. Nigmir was confident in the defense of his armor. Lionel had been right, this was indeed his ability and it synergized perfectly with his lineage factor. As for which was which and how they were related, that was something Nigmir would never tell. However, what Nigmir didn't expect was for the blade of Lionel's spear to shear through his armor entirely, nicking his shoulder and shattering a part of his wind armor. What? Nigmir reeled, countering with his lance as he had planned. However, somehow, despite having attacked already, Lionel was faster once again. Lionel's spear jetted out like a venomous viper. His two arms controlled its polearm with a deft accuracy and mind-numbing speed. Nigmir began to panic and soon found himself continuously blocking. He didn't even realize that Lionel was no longer rising in the air with the help of a piece of earth. Lionel's speed only grew faster and faster. Every exchange seemed to cause another piece of Nigmir's armor to chip and another slice of his lance to be taken. Lionel's indifferent gaze was grating on the soul. Nigmir couldn't understand what was happening, his mind simply couldn't wrap itself around the current events. He wanted to retreat, but Lionel's pursuit was endless. Shallow cuts began appearing all over his body. It wasn't long before there was nothing left of his armor, yet Lionel's speed seemed to only be growing. Nigmir's lance began to feel heavy as though it wanted to fly out of his hand and return to the skies. It was only then that Nigmir realized what was happening. The wind. His hurricane paradise. It was no longer under his control. Nigmir's gaze landed on Lionel's spear. But now, it was swirling with the very same green force Nigmir had been relying on from the very beginning. Lionel's wrists flicked, causing the spiraling tip of the lance to finally be cut off. He turned his blade toward Nigmir, tearing a deep cut through the latter's chest. His gaze flashed, the tip of his spear beginning to spiral just as Nigmir's had. This time, he wasn't sweeping across. He had every intention of skewering Nigmir through just as he had planned to do to him. At that moment, the commotion of such a large-scale battle could no longer be ignored. Stop. Chapter 627. Lionel's spear didn't pause, shooting through Nigmir's chest without the slightest halt in momentum. Nigmir looked down, stunned, unable to grasp what had just happened. Even though he could feel that Lionel had deftly avoided all of his most vital points, the pain that shot through him was not fake. Wasn't this exactly what he had planned on doing to Lionel? How had he ended up on the other side of things? What was going on exactly? Nigmir lost his strength, feeling as though standing in the air was impossible. But, even as he wanted to fall to the ground, he found himself stuck on the other end of Lionel's spear. His body bowed and swayed, following the movement of the flexible spear, but he never seemed to dip down far enough to slip off. Lionel's gaze shifted downward, only to find a squadron of Valiant Hall members led by other than Sail making their way forward. Looking at the carnage, Sail felt as though her head was going to explode. But, seeing the state Nigmir was in and even worse how Lionel seemed completely unaffected, she couldn't help but feel that this world was truly too unreal. Unfortunately for Sail's mental health and Nigmir, for that matter, the latter was simply asking to be directly countered. Nigmir relied on a combination of his style and Four Seasons realm comprehension to form a pseudo-domain for himself. Lionel had to admit that he was quite innovative and had definitely shown a level of ingenuity Lionel had yet to. Lionel still felt that his ability had a lot of room to grow, but ever since it reached the quasi-silver grade, he hadn't come up with any new groundbreaking abilities. He still felt that he hadn't unlocked the full potential of his ability, something he couldn't really say for Nigmir, who had very clearly squeezed out a lot of potential in his. This aside, Nigmir's goal was always to raise the concentration of wind force and make the area as volatile as possible. The more torrential wind there was, the faster and stronger his attacks would be. Unfortunately for Nigmir, though, Lionel's flexible spear was the perfect counter. So perfect, in fact, that Lionel almost instantly ended the battle. At the end of the day, the wind domain spear was created to gather momentum through wind force and continuously increase the speed of attack of the user. Yet, Lionel was able to skip all of those steps and ignore the fact he had a poor affinity, all because Nigmir set the perfect stage for him. This was all to say that the moment Nigmir began to take Lionel seriously, he was destined to lose. And, maybe more depressingly, if he hadn't begun to take Lionel seriously, he would have lost anyway. Lionel shifted his gaze away from Sail, ignoring her completely. In his eyes, Valiant Hall was nothing more than a joke. He had no idea the true reason Jerson had been there in the first place, so he only assumed that Valiant Hall was just about as corrupt as every other organization he had been a part of. At this moment, the weight of Sail's words might as well have been non-existent to him. Even if Jerson wasn't a part of this, the fact that Valiant Hall did nothing while one of their students had their name dragged through the mud for weeks on end, and even worse that they simply allowed the relentless bullying of the freshmen for just as long by Thetris antics, was enough for Lionel to turn his nose up at them with disdain. This sort of world where organizations thought that the best way to train their youths was to pit them against each other in a dog-eat-dog environment. It made Lionel sick to his stomach. Sail froze when she saw Lionel's look of disdain. She would have thought that Lionel was just acting like a typical young master from a lofty family again had it not been for the very clear underlying disappointment in his gaze. Disappointment? Why was that emotion there? Where is Seraph? Lionel asked coldly, flexing his wrist. The action caused Nigmir, who had been just about to fall unconscious, to wince. Pain shot through his body, his muscles seizing and his breathing growing short and hurried. One could hardly imagine the amount of strain it took to carry one's own body weight with nothing more than an already near-fatal wound. Nigmir coughed violently, blood drizzling from his lips. A hint of undisguised fear was now in his eye. He felt like if he really chose to not say anything his life would be forfeit. He's not here. He's not here. Where is he? Lionel asked just as coldly. I don't know. Nigmir coughed again. But, instead of feeling pity, Lionel turned his wrist. Nigmir's face turned pale. Even though the thin blade had already run all the way through him, the polearm of this spear had numerous etchings drawn across its surface. Even if it was a smooth pole turning inside of him, he would have felt untold pain, let alone a pole with edges that could catch on his fragile inner organs. I really don't know. I really don't. By the end, Nigmir was practically pleading, but Lionel didn't stop, slowly turning his wrist again and again. Ack. I really don't know. It's policy not to tell us which mine he's visiting. It was only after Lionel heard this that he finally let Nigmir slip off of his spear, not even watching as he hurtled toward the ground. Sail snapped awake the moment she heard Nigmir screaming. Damn it. Catch him. She bellowed, ordering those around her to help Nigmir. In the meanwhile, Lionel had begun slowly descending toward the ground. As for his aim, it was other than the rubble of what remained of King of Or's faction's white tent. He didn't seem to notice how many eyes were on him at all as his eyes scanned the wreckage. Chapter 628. Lionel used what remained of his wind domain's momentum to blow the white tarp away, leaving behind what looked like a garage yard of scrap metal and splintered wood. Nigmir was finally caught by one of the Valiant Hall members, and now many were looking towards Sail to figure out what to do. But the young woman suddenly felt stifled. She had come here after receiving reports on what happened to Jerson, but the investigation led to a matter she had no idea how to deal with, especially since Lionel was involved. To make matters worse, while her own prestige and that of Valiant Hall was on the line, Lionel had completely turned his back to them as though they were worth nothing in his eyes. Sail grit her teeth. Help the others. The Valiant Hall squad members looked at her in confusion. Were they really not apprehending this brat? What was going on here? Can't you see how many of them are buried beneath a pile of rubble? Are you going to take responsibility when they all die? Sail held on to her final lifeline. It was only then that those around remembered that Cormus and Ardren had been buried beneath a pillar of earth, their life and death completely unknown. They had almost forgot how terrible this matter could become. Lionel found what he was looking for and pulled up a beast skin map. He had seen through the flap opening earlier. Obviously, this had happened before he sent one of the peacekeepers flying. But with Lionel's memory, that split moment was all he needed. He spread the map out with his hands, scanning through it. As expected, there were no small number of mines marked on this. The territories of the King of Or's faction, along with their competitors, were all marked out. Of course, Lionel knew that the most valuable mines were most definitely not marked on this map. Sarieth's caution was made obvious by the fact he didn't let anyone know which mine he was traveling to. However, even still, there were more than 20 mines marked here alone. Lionel memorized the map with a single look, then incinerated it. As for whether the King of Or's faction needed it or not, who cared? After he was done with that, Lionel flicked a finger. At that moment, a large swath of ores shot up. With a single look, Lionel could tell that all of this wouldn't fit in his spatial ring, which had shrunken in size considerably since coming to this world. And it definitely wouldn't be convenient for him to carry it around like this. Unfortunately, Lionel had left the segmented cube with Aina. And, since she hadn't reacted to all of this, in all likelihood, she had her head down, training, just like Lionel had for the past half-month. In fact, if it wasn't because his mage arts had shattered during his breakthrough and he had happened to hear Thetra's voice, Lionel likely wouldn't even be here. Lionel could use a few of the snow globes he had kept in store for himself just in case he would have need of them. But he decided on doing something different after a moment of thought. Lionel's gaze shifted and it happened to land on Kayla. You want these? Kayla was startled. Lionel's hands spread out. A portion of the ores went to Kayla while the rest spread out to the merchants who had gotten caught up in the battle. In an instant, a small fortune's worth of ores was given out for free. Lionel kept a large portion for himself, putting it all into his ring without a care. Then, he turned to leave. His destination? Well, wasn't it obvious? He was going to destroy every one of the mines on that map. One by one. Lionel. Wait. Sail grit her teeth, she finally couldn't continue to watch what was happening. For one, even though it seemed like this business was entirely owned by King of Or's faction, this couldn't be further from the truth. Over 80% of this world was owned by Valiant Heart Mountain. This was obviously the same for the mines. Every ore was the property of Valiant Heart. King of Or's faction was only selling them on behalf of the organization and taking a cut. They would then need to pay taxes to Valiant Heart depending on their sales, and this amounted to upwards of 70%. Beyond this, there was a reason that of the ores Lionel had picked out were of the 5th dimension. In fact, there wasn't a single tier 7 or and above either. All of these were exclusively sent to Valiant Heart's founding peak. In fact, students weren't even given jurisdiction over or mines that could produce such high-level ores to begin with. And, in the rare cases they stumbled upon such treasures, they were obligated to report to the organization in exchange for some compensation. This was all to say that while it looked like Lionel was stealing from Seraph, he was, in fact, stealing from Valiant Heart Mountain. Everyone else seemed to be aware of this with the exception of him, which was why the reaction of the merchants hadn't been too excited. However, that didn't stop a few of them from taking advantage of the chaos to embezzle a few for themselves. You. Sale's words were caught in her throat, especially since Lionel didn't even stop to listen to her. Those ores. They're the property of Valiant Heart Mountain, not the King of Or's faction. Lionel continued to walk as though he hadn't heard a single thing. Damn it. You aren't allowed to leave Valiant City unless you've joined a peak. Sale might have been grasping at straws, but she wasn't lying. After seeing the map, it was too obvious what Lionel planned to do. She really couldn't allow this. Those mines represented 30% of Valiant Heart Mountain's ore resources. At least when it came to tier 6 ores and below. Then I quit. Lionel said plainly, continuing to walk away. Sale clenched her jaw so hard that she almost drew blood. Think of your girlfriend. Are you really going to leave her alone? Lionel suddenly came to a grinding halt. A heavy air descended, the slow beating of a heart sounding in everyone's ears. It would be a long while before they realized this heart was their own. Lionel cocked his head backward, his irises beginning to flicker with red-violet once again. Are you threatening me? Chapter 629. Sale froze. That wasn't what she had meant at all. All she was trying to say was that if Lionel left now, it wasn't exactly easy for those not of Valiant Heart Mountain to see peak students. Unless Aina left on her own accord to go and see him, it would likely be a long time before they could see one another. But, after several weeks of observation, it was clear that they often got lost in their own worlds. In fact, part of the reason Sale hadn't intervened with the Leo the Cuck posters was firstly because she was busy with her own matters and hadn't even been aware of it until recently, and secondly because so much time had passed since the initial action versus when she found out that she thought Lionel simply didn't care about any of it. Sale couldn't figure out where everything went wrong. She thought that she had been as accommodating as she possibly could be. Was it her fault that the higher-ups had chosen to keep his identity under wraps? Was it her fault that Hephaestus felt his authority had been subverted? Was it her fault that Lionel offended Hero Peak so severely that even those of the peak that hadn't been involved previously, like Seraph, had chosen to get involved? None of these matters were her fault. She was trying to make do with a situation that only seemed to become more volatile with every passing day. Seeing the expression on Sale's face, Lionel finally frowned. He knew Sale's strength. He had experienced it personally. If she wasn't already in the 5th dimension, then she was very close. One only needed to look at the violet belt around her waist to understand this. Lionel had seen it too many times. When people of this level of strength acted, it usually had very little to do with logic. Just take Hephaestus for a moment. Was it really about Lionel's lack of talent? Of course not. It was never about that. Once again, anyone who thought such a thing was nothing more than an absent-minded fool. What had exactly happened that day? If one thought about it, Hephaestus hadn't even insulted Lionel. Rather, he insulted the 4 youths who failed to climb up the mountain pass and ignored Lionel. Lionel hadn't even been on his radar. One might think this was a version of underestimation, but this was a level of arrogance that shot past narcissism. Who was Lionel that he deserved to grab everyone's attention just by standing there? As far as Hephaestus was concerned, Lionel was just a person who hadn't taken the mountain pass challenge. It wasn't until he stated that Aina would be the only student they took in, and she then proceeded to challenge him on this fact, that he became enraged. Once again. From beginning to end, it had little to do with Lionel's talent. If it was about that, the moment he defeated those 3 floor sweepers, he would have been admitted. This was about nothing more than authority. But it was exactly all of this that made Lionel's aura suddenly deflate seeing Sale's reaction. He felt like he was missing something, as though there was a massive piece to this puzzle that hovered right in front of him, yet he had no ability to grasp. Sale didn't look angry, she didn't look like she was holding back her rage in the slightest either. With Lionel's senses, he would have most definitely been able to pick up on it. No. She just looked defeated. Why would someone so powerful feel defeated? If she was going to threaten him, why would she reel it back now? She should feel that she was powerful enough to squash him beneath a single finger. And, honestly, Lionel wasn't convinced that she'd be wrong in thinking that. If he wanted to fight Sale or someone of her level, he would definitely have to go all out. Not only would he have to use his divine armor, but his quasi-silver spear couldn't remain dormant either. The only reason he challenged her so boldly was because he refused to let anyone talk ill of Aina or threaten her. He didn't care even if she was a monster of the 6th dimension, she couldn't just say whatever she wanted to say before him. But, at that moment, Lionel was just as confused as Sale had been previously when she read disappointment on his face. Neither of them could understand the other. And, as fate would have it, Lionel had picked up on Sale's previous confusion as well. It was just that he was in the middle of a battle and didn't have the time to spare her, so he had ignored it. Lionel's frown furrowed tighter and tighter. A misunderstanding? But a misunderstanding where? And why? Arcs of lightning flashed throughout Lionel's mind and his memories continued to spin. Maybe someone else would have continued to allow this misunderstanding to go unchecked. In fact, maybe the only reason Lionel had realized this disconnect earlier was because he had let his emotions cloud his judgment. If he hadn't allowed his anger to get the best of him, Sale's actions after he put those 3 Hero Peak experts up in the tree would have been enough to tip him off. The root of this. My talent assessment? Lionel's gaze flashed. That was right. Sale began treating him oddly the moment his talent was assessed. But, he was so happy about seeing Aina again for the first time in months, more than a year if he counted what he experienced in Camelot, that he didn't have the mind to care about anything else. However, of this changed the fact his memory was impeccable. He could practically rewind all of Sale's mannerisms from that day in his mind. All of this might have taken a while to explain, but in the real world, only a blink of an eye had passed since Lionel's rage-fueled sentence was spoken. And in that moment, the other Valiant Hall members who had been holding back for the sake of Sale's orders couldn't do so any longer. Once they got over the shock of Lionel's aura, they felt nothing but fury. Chapter 630. I can't take it anymore, Sale. This brat needs to be taught a lesson. Not a small number of those who had followed Sale to this place took a step forward. First, their junior had been beaten half dead to the point his eyes rolled to the back of his head. Second, even after they appeared, Lionel dared to strike a near-fatal blow on a senior of his. And third, he was now blatantly threatening their captain. Wait. Sale tried to step forward to stop things again, making another effort. That's enough, Captain. I know you have your reasons for acting like this, but I don't give a damn what special background this brat has. Well, take the heat for you. Growling, several members of Sale's squad stepped forward, glaring at Lionel as though they were a pack of wounded animals. They wanted nothing more than to tear him limb from limb. Lionel had been absent-minded, still trying to put the pieces together when he heard those words. Background. What do? Lionel's eyes flashed with a bright arc of lightning. It almost seemed to manifest itself into a spiraling whip, beating against his mind for taking so long to come to the proper conclusion. Is this about Earth? No, if terrain could just attack us because they felt like it without any sort of intervention, that should be impossible. If anything, since Sale had alluded to troubles Valiant Heart had been having, they would be salivating at the prospect of Earth entering the fifth dimension so they could send an attack force of their own. If this was about Earth, they would just kill me off. There would be no need to allow a talent from there to live. That means this either has something to do with my maternal grandmother's snowy owl lineage factor and the family it came from. Or, Dad's metal synergy lineage factor. Lionel didn't know which one it was. Technically, both could have been exposed during his talent assessment. Now that he thought about it, Sale didn't read his results aloud back then either. It wasn't that Lionel didn't know how powerful his background was. He did. Well, sort of. He was well aware that the Morales family was of the seventh dimension. And he was also aware that the Snowy Owl family, or, rather, the Luxnix family, according to the dictionary, was of the sixth dimension. The issue was, he didn't really know what this meant and what weight it carried. He was like a baby carrying around a shotgun, having no idea where the trigger was or what kind of backlash pulling it would have. What Lionel was lacking was context. The universe was such a massive place. He didn't know what influence, if any, a family on that level could have. This might sound silly, but think about it for a moment. With how large the universe was, how many countless light years away would the Morales or Luxnix families be situated? From so far away, how much influence could they possibly have on every corner of the universe? In Lionel's view, there was a high likelihood that the people here wouldn't even know of the existence of these families, almost like how the common people might not even know the name of their governor. As powerful as Lionel's grandfather was on Earth, it still took outfitting every single person with a monitoring wristwatch to maintain perfect control. Now imagine if instead of just having to control a single world, he had to man an entire galaxy. Or several galaxies? A galaxy cluster? These were sizes and measurements Lionel couldn't even wrap his mind around. Even if Lionel ignored all of this, he wasn't even sure how to prove that he was from these families. It wasn't like he hid his last name ever, but practically no one cared that he was named Morales. And if the more powerful Morales name was useless, there was obviously no point in changing his naming to Luxnix because he was sure that the result would be just as underwhelming. Beyond this, there was an even more important point. The most important, in Lionel's estimation. He didn't even know if these families cared enough about him. Even if these families did have great influence. Even if everyone knew he was a part of them. Where was the guarantee that this would mean anything? He had no idea if these families would even accept him at all. From what he knew of Aina's backstory, her mother was executed while she and her father were expelled from the Brazinger family. And why did all of that happen? All because her mother wasn't of a particular bloodline. Lionel had no reason to believe that these higher-level families weren't even stricter. Why else would his father raise him on the much weaker Earth? Why else would his mother vanish like that despite the loving eyes she used to look at him? This was the only explanation Lionel could come up with considering the limited information he had. So, why would he trust this background of his at all? Stop. Sale blocked the path between her squad and Lionel. If you all defy my orders one more time, they'll really get angry. Sale growled. Though her heart felt warm, these little fools were in over their heads. This was a seventh-dimensional family they were talking about. What did they mean by take responsibility? Did they think the Morales family would only take them? With their strength, they only needed to send one sixth-dimensional monster to annihilate their entire world. No, that was just foolhardiness on Sale's part. Just look at Lionel's strength. Maybe it would only take one of their fourth-dimensional geniuses to uproot their organization entirely. Everyone thought that Lionel was a reject from his family, but Sale knew quite well how rare it was to awaken both of the Morales family's lineage factors. Not only was Lionel not a castaway, he was probably the topic of hot discussion over there. He, under no circumstances, could be allowed to shed all pretenses with them. Lionel snapped out of his thoughts, his gaze locking onto Sale's back view. Sale turned to face Lionel, her face flickering with all sorts of emotions. "Can we talk?" She finally managed to eke out, almost pleading. Chapter 631. Lionel and Sale gazed toward each other somewhat awkwardly. Well, Lionel seemed to still be trying to get a read on Sale, with the latter felt as though she was walking on pins and needles. At this moment the both of them were in the private room of a nearby restaurant. Usually, only seniors of high standing would be able to come to this place, but with her standing, it wasn't a difficult task to get Lionel in. Though she had to withstand quite a number of odd looks, she was still able to brave through it. Finally, unable to take the silence any longer, Sale finally spoke. "Are you from the seventh-dimensional Morales family or not?" She spoke all these words out in a single breath, the tension she was under carrying a palpable weight. Lionel blinked slightly. So this was indeed the case. It seemed that his deductions were correct. This made everything make much more sense. If this was the case, then in all likelihood, Jerson hadn't been there to help Thetris, but had rather been there to either monitor or protect him. It seemed he had jumped to conclusions. That said, he didn't feel very bad about teaching Jerson a lesson. At worst, the young man would suffer a mild concussion. This sort of injury for someone in the fourth dimension might as well have been non-existent. His worst injury was definitely to his pride. But, who asked him to speak such venomous words? No. Lionel finally responded. This response seemed to be enough to deflate Sale completely. Had she really done all of this for no reason? But in that case, then how was this situation supposed to be handled? If she began to punish Lionel appropriately now, what kind of message would that send? Everyone wanted to claim to be upright and morally superior, but when you were facing a behemoth like the Morales family, was it really possible to hold on to your ideals? In the face of absolute power, there were very few that wouldn't bend. And those brave enough not to were either courageous beyond belief or were just as stupid. In all likelihood, it was both. And of course, such people were also likely dead. Sale sank into her seat, feeling as though all her worldviews had shattered. Her situation only seemed to become worse when she heard Lionel's next words, though. "But my dad is." So, that's likely where the confusion comes from. Sale froze before her lips started to twitch. She looked up from her hands to meet Lionel's placid gaze. For some reason, she really wanted to strangle this handsome boy to death at this very moment. However, she managed to calm herself. This hardly changed much of anything if she was being honest. The fact that Lionel seemed to indeed be related to the Morales family made her previous actions warranted. But this didn't fix her almost existential crisis. It really grated on her conscience to not be able to follow the rules. She loved Valiant Heart Mountain. If she didn't, she wouldn't have been so eager to gain Lionel's help. She thought that meeting him with a light at the end of the tunnel. It wasn't until she spoke to her master and the other elders who were far more wise than herself that she remembered nothing ever came so easily. If one wasn't strong enough to achieve your dreams on your own, then it was best to accept that they would never happen. Relying on someone else was no different from selling your soul. Is there a difference? Sale replied, trying to curb her sharpness. Yes, there is. Lionel nodded in affirmative. I have never stepped foot onto the Morales family lands a day in my life. I am not even sure if they're aware I exist or not. I was raised on another world from birth to this point. I might be aware of them, but this doesn't mean much of anything. Hearing these words, Sail was stunned before she finally came to an understanding. So, from the very beginning, this was all a misunderstanding. You're saying that you're not affiliated with the Morales family and they might not even be aware you exist? Sail's breathing grew hurried. That's right, Lionel said, raising an eyebrow. Why did she look so excited? And you came here of your own free will? Just to join us? Sail's face flushed. Out of context, this was really too precarious a situation. She looked as though she had been through. Well, Lionel didn't even want to finish the thought for fear that it might manifest in the universe. Well, I came here for Ana's sake. But... yes? It shouldn't have been so difficult to say yes, but Sail's gaze seemed to put a heavy pressure on him. This girl seemed to have forgotten how powerful she was. If it wasn't for his strong mind and body, Lionel would have collapsed. Any other freshman in his seat would have definitely drowned their seat in sweat by now. Lionel felt as though Sail had become a beast stalking her prey. If he didn't know better, he would have thought she was a cougar with a youthful taste. He didn't know how old Sail was, but she definitely had to be at least a few decades older than he was. At least that was his guess, Lionel blinked. For a moment, he swore he could sense killing intent in Sail's eyes. It can't be that she could read his mind, right? Or were women really so sensitive? But it disappeared as quickly as he saw it. This is great news. Excellent news. Couldn't be better. Haha. Lionel was taken aback by the sudden outburst. He could only watch on in a daze, certain that if Sail jumped around any harder, her chest band definitely wouldn't be able to hold up anymore. Wait. Sail stopped dancing and turned back toward Lionel. So you really have no idea about the air trials? Be honest with me. Lionel blinked. Air trial? What's that? Chapter 632. Hearing this, Sail was stunned for a moment before she sighed and sat back down again. To think. She mumbled to herself. This was the real cause of all this trouble, but you weren't even aware of it. Sail kept shaking her head as Lionel waited patiently. It seemed he had much more fortitude than she did. The air trials are the reason we were so cautious with you. Sail finally looked up. In fact, the air trials are the only reason we even know of your existence in the first place. Usually, seventh-dimensional organizations are way too far out of our reach. As far as we know, they're the pinnacle of the universe. But then again, that's just our limited knowledge. There might very well be an 8th or even 9th dimensional existence, maybe even 10th. We have no way of knowing. However, our Valiant Heart Mountain has records of your Morales family's air trials because of how unique they are. I stumbled upon a record of one of our ancestors from several generations ago. According to him, he got the chance to participate as a friend of someone who, I assume, is one of your ancestors. He speaks of this experience as being one of his fortuitous encounters, and it's even because of this that we were able to lay claim to 70% of the Valiant Heart world. In the past, we barely had control of even 20%. Lionel continued to listen quietly. That said, while the ancestors said this had been a great opportunity, it was simultaneously a terrible thing as well. If all he received was benefits, let alone 70%, even 100% of the Valiant Heart world would be in our hands. Don't look down on this. Valiant Heart has the potential to enter the 6th dimension. In fact, if it wasn't for particular struggles we face, we might have cleared enough zones to do so already. Having full control of this world would be a great boon for us. Unfortunately, we couldn't. Do you know why? Lionel didn't respond. Obviously, he didn't. Participating in the air trials might have given us great benefits, but we were ultimately just cannon fodder, too weak to make a large difference. The memoir made it sound like our ancestor participated alone, but in the end, he explained the whole truth. It wasn't just him but tens of thousands of our fellow Valiant Heart disciples. And yet, he was the only one who came back alive. Lionel's gaze sharpened. Such a high death total. In truth, our ancestor almost died as well. He was lucky to come back alone. Sale sighed. That year, there had only been 2 candidates for the heir trials, and the one our ancestors sided with lost. Despite the fact there were just 2, the carnage was unimaginable. Of course, the heir themselves always survived to the end, but what about the people under them? Sale looked up to meet Lionel's gaze. My Valiant Heart Mountain is too small to get involved in such conflicts. Lionel paused. So the reason you've stayed at arm's length is because you don't want to owe me any favors. Nothing in the dimensional verse comes free. Sale replied. If we used your help to solve our problems, it would be impossible to refuse your help in the future. The rage of a 7th dimensional existence isn't something that we can afford to bear, I see. Lionel nodded. But now that you know I'm not affiliated with the Morales family, at least not in any important capacity, you're hopeful that I will be able to help you now without asking for anything in return later? Sale bit her lip hard, but eventually nodded. Lionel nodded, looking out the window of the restaurant. Down below, the streets were quite clean and orderly, a far cry from the freshman quarters. Everything seemed prim and proper. There was just a single thing out of place. A picture stapled to a pole light that carried the face of someone easily recognizable, having the words Leo the Cuck written across the top. Lionel didn't react much to seeing this caricature of himself. Why would he? By now, he had already seen hundreds of them plastered everywhere. So what you mean is that you expect me to help as a student of Valiant Heart Mountain and for nothing more, is that right? Lionel didn't look back towards Sale, but he could tell that she had nodded. And I assume that, as a student, the reason I would want to do this is because I should feel a sense of camaraderie and hominess from this place, is that also right? Sale nodded, biting her lip harder. Lionel looked back towards Sale, his indifferent gaze causing her heart to shudder. Lionel's life wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. After all, he had spent most of his childhood going to school with those he thought had far higher standing than himself. Back then, he had no idea he was a prince. So, all he saw was himself, a commoner, facing an entire class of nobles, each one with a nose arched higher than the other. One might wonder, then, how it was that Lionel had managed to go from that reality to suddenly becoming a celebrity everyone greeted on campus. Let alone being bullied, everyone seemed to love him. Obviously, this wasn't because everyone at Royal Blue Academy happened to have kind hearts. What kind of ridiculous statement was that? There was no such thing as pure goodness or pure evil. This was why Lionel always found the notion of light versus darkness to be so asinine. In Lionel's opinion, the youths of Royal Blue Academy were no better nor worse than the youths of Valiant Heart, or any organization he had been in for that matter. In fact, in Lionel's mind, the only difference between that organization and these ones was that he hadn't spent very long in any of the latter. So what was the answer? Obviously, he beat them into submission. He defeated them one after another, so harshly and so resoundingly that they could only smile when they saw him, fearing that he would turn around and crush them again. In the past, Lionel had used academics, sports, and a sharp tongue to achieve this effect. But in this world, the only thing he could use was his fist. Then why is it, exactly, that I don't feel that way at all? Chapter 633. Lionel's words made Sale feel as though she was sitting on pins and needles. She never thought that there'd be a day where she felt so uncomfortable in the face of a junior. The worst part was that Lionel didn't even seem to be trying to pressure her. He simply sat there, asking a simple question. It was only at this moment that Sale understood that even though Lionel had no real connections with the Morales family, that didn't necessarily mean that he would make some with Valiant Heart Mountain. He had already made his stance clear multiple times already. He wasn't here for the sake of this organization. He was here for Aina and no one else. He didn't give a damn about anything other than her well-being. As for using Aina to pressure Lionel into doing something, sure, that might work. In fact, Sale was slightly worried that some fool would try to do exactly this. But ultimately, the action would be akin to shooting themselves in the foot all in an attempt to take just one step forward. An organization was built on an expectation of mutual benefit. If they showed that they were willing to sacrifice talent so easily for the sake of their own goals, it wouldn't be long before they no longer had an organization to speak of at all. Lionel's meaning was as clear as crystal. What right did they have to ask anything of him when had received nothing but disrespect since the moment he stepped foot into this place? On top of that, they were actually trying to stop him from getting revenge too. There was something else that Lionel had said that made Sale realize that just because Lionel wasn't associated with the Morales family, it didn't also follow that he had no backing to speak of. Namely, that father he mentioned. Even if Lionel's family was from the lowest rung of the Morales family, it would still be more than enough to ride atop their heads with impunity. Sale felt stifled. She really couldn't allow Lionel to do as he pleased. If she did, there would be no law and order left in the organization. After a long while, she managed to organize her thoughts. I will make sure that all the posters are removed within the half hour. That's not enough, Lionel said plainly. Was that a joke? Did Sale think that she was doing him a favor by undoing something that shouldn't have been done in the first place? Then what then? He was supposed to graciously help her now. Let me finish, Sale said with an exasperated sigh. I can't allow you to rampage about as you please. But there are plenty of ways to get revenge that are above board and don't require breaking any rules, don't you think? You could join a peak and make your own or faction. That way any battles that happen outside of the mountain range would be sanctioned, for example. Lionel's gaze remained placid as Sale tried to make an unappetizing suggestion seem palatable. He was supposed to patiently bide his time and wait? Why? All to deal with Valiant Heart's red tape. No matter what it might seem like, Lionel wasn't a patient man when it came to certain things. If there was one character trait that he would always have, it was an unwillingness to lose. If this wasn't losing, then he didn't know what was. Seeing that Lionel was completely unimpressed by her suggestion, Sale bit the sides of her cheek, really not knowing what to say. Damn it, how had things gone this far? She really shouldn't have allowed Jerson to handle matters, but she had things to do. She couldn't very well sit idly by for weeks watching Lionel's every move. In a lot of ways, her combat strength was far more linked to Valiant Heart's survival than even Lionel's help might be. She couldn't afford to fall behind in strength. No matter what. Seeing Sale struggle so much, Lionel shook his head and sighed. Feed me. Huh. Sale looked up in confusion. Feed me, Lionel repeated, picking up a menu from the table. Under Sale's stunned gaze, Lionel called in a waiter and ordered a feast that would easily feed 20 men. He didn't say a word even up until the point the food was prepared and brought over, and also didn't say anything as he began to gouge it all down. Sale's lip twitched. How much would this meal cost exactly? It was then she remembered what Lionel said before he ordered all of this. And that was exactly when the heartache set in. Lionel devoured the meal in what felt like a few minutes. Sale had no idea how he managed to do so without her being disgusted, but she didn't even consider this thought until Lionel was getting ready to leave. This wasn't as good as Aina's food. Lionel shook his head as he stood. It seemed that he had been spoiled. He had thought that such a high-end restaurant would be able to at least be close, but it seemed that girlfriend of his was more amazing than he knew. Lionel. Please wait. Sale began to panic again. Even after watching Lionel eat all this time, she still didn't have any good answers. She bordered on shedding real tears at this point. She knew that if Lionel did as he pleased, the upper echelon wouldn't be able to stand by for long. At that point, to save space, they would at the very least expel him. If that happened, it would all be over. Just please at least join a peak first. Lionel looked back towards Sail and raised an eyebrow. He looked her up and down as though he was observing a new species of animal he was fascinated by. And in truth, he was. He found Sail to be quite curious indeed. You're too naive, don't you think? What peak do you think would accept me now? Sail froze. Chapter 634. Lionel continued to observe Sail. She knew well how the peaks operated. There was no small number of internal conflicts. The question was which peak would be willing to be enemies with Hero Peak. And the answer was. It was that simple. From the very beginning, the idea of joining a peak to get the right to leave the mountain was asinine. It would never happen. As for joining Valiant Hall, that was even more ridiculous. Compared to the peaks, the restrictions they had on their members was even fiercer. They weren't even allowed to become involved in such struggles to begin with. After all, their main purpose for existing was to remain neutral. From the very beginning, Sail's ask of him was ridiculous. There was no other way to put it. You want to save your organization, but you aren't willing to risk owing any favors. You want my help, but you don't want me to seek revenge for the slights levied against me. You want me to lower my head, not to rock the boat, follow all your rules, and still care enough to help you in the end. You take everything and sacrifice nothing. Don't you think this is a little too naive? Sail opened her mouth to say something, but she really couldn't find a response. Maybe I'm too naive too, Lionel muttered. But considering Sail's dazed state, it was unknown if she even heard him. He might have been right in that he was, because at this moment, seeing how lost Sail looked and knowing how much effort she had tried to put in to make sure everything stayed together, he didn't know if he even had the heart to go after Sereth any longer. He might have reprimanded Sail about sacrifice, but maybe James was right. He was just a hypocrite. He wasn't much different from her at all. Lionel made it to the ground floor of the restaurant, walking out. He looked across the street, finding that the poster had already been removed. It seemed that while he was eating, Sail had kept her promise. But this only made him sigh again. I want to see Aina. Lionel took out a talisman and poured force into it. But there was no response. It seemed that Aina was still neck-deep in whatever training she had thrown herself into. Since that was the case, he'd leave her be for now. Remembering Aina, though, Lionel's gaze flashed with rage. He never cared much about what other people called him. It was only because they had dragged his parents and Aina into this that he was so furious. If not for this, would his reaction have been so violent? Definitely not. Lionel shook his head and took a step forward, only to find a figure blocking his path. Lionel's gaze traveled up from the well-paved roads, up a pair of slender, long legs, only to land on a familiar face. This woman. He had seen this beauty at the ore market. In fact, he had given her a large amount of ores as well. He distinctly remembered that unlike everyone else who was cautious with accepting their piece of the pie, she wholeheartedly swallowed up everything, leaving nothing behind. Lionel remembered feeling curious about it, but he had more important things on his mind back then, and most definitely did now as well. Yes? I don't have any more ores to give you if that's what you want. Hearing the light teasing tone in Lionel's words, Kayla found herself rolling her eyes to avoid her feeling of embarrassment. She really had looked like a bit of a beggar back then, but her faction really needed those ores. At the same time, though, she sighed a breath of relief. After seeing Lionel battle, she had thought that he was some hardened brute. At least he was easy to talk to. She didn't even know why, but she felt relaxed in his presence as though there was no expectations. That was quite an odd thing to find in the men she spoke to. Usually, more often than not, they all wanted to crawl into her bed. Truthfully, with all the stress she was always under, sometimes she wanted to accept such an offer just to blow some steam. But with how this world treated women who weren't picky enough. Well, let's just say she didn't want to add any more stress to her plate, so she avoided such things as well. Kayla was the type of woman who would curse the unfairness of it all, but secretly also couldn't be bothered to deal with the backlash that came from stepping outside the status quo. I'm not here for oars, but your help would be nice. My help? Lionel raised his brows. Emichim. My faction happens to need a bodyguard like you. Word of me accepting all of those oars will definitely reach Sarioth's ears, and I just need you to help us bide some time. Oh. How much time? And why are you so certain that you only need a small amount of it? Lionel was intrigued by this. He quite liked Kayla's boldness. The Valiant Heart Zone is opening up soon, so there's going to be a lot of preparations for it. I'm confident that with these oars, we'll be able to complete a project we've been working on for years now. With it, we'll be in the good graces of a lot of peaks, including Hero Peak, which Sarioth is from. As long as we succeed, Sarioth won't dare to target us so blatantly. The Valiant Heart Zone? Lionel blinked in confusion. Was it a subdimensional zone? But why did it have a name? It made sense to be able to predict the opening up of a zone, but this name seemed fairly permanent. Wouldn't a zone that had been opened so often been cleared by now? There were too many confusing things about this single line. Chapter 635. What's this Valiant Heart Zone? Lionel asked. Oh, I keep forgetting you're a freshman. Kayla looked Lionel up and down as though observing some kind of extraterrestrial creature. The Valiant Heart Zone is the world the Valiant Pillar's Gate. It's a zone? Well, yes and no. There are 4 types of zones: normal types, mythological types, variant types, and unique zones. Valiant Heart Zone is a unique zone. Aren't unique zones? Lionel was confused. He was certain that unique zones were zones where outside interference caused their difficulty to multiply several times over. It was only after he heard Kayla's explanation that he understood the definition of unique zone was far broader than he thought it was. The strict definition of a unique zone was any zone that was influenced by outside forces. In this case, it encompassed both the zone which had to deal with Shield Cross Star's interference and apparently this Valiant Heart Zone. According to Kayla, organizations of a certain level kept and refined certain zones for different levels of benefits. Sometimes these zones could perpetually produce resources for an organization, almost like a respawn rate in a game. Zones kept for that purpose were an easy income source for worlds and could act as a renewable resource. However, the Valiant Heart Zone wasn't this kind of resource zone. Rather, it was a training ground. Yes, the Valiant Heart Zone when it first appeared was a variant zone. In the past, Valiant Heart Mountain was on the brink of destruction, and it was because of one of our ancestors and the appearance of this zone that we were able to survive. According to legends, our ancestor brought back a treasure that allowed us to monopolize this variant zone for continuous use. Those treasures are the pillars that guard the mountain pass. Lionel's eyes widened. If he was a betting man, he would certainly put no small amount of money on the fact this ancestor was the very same one that Sale had mentioned. He didn't know what level of treasure it would take to claim a zone for yourself, let alone a variant zone which was known to have the greatest treasures. Kayla spoke of the treasures so simply, but wasn't she a crafter? Shouldn't she know how difficult it was to construct such a treasure? Lionel might not understand much about the dimensional verse, but what he did know about was force crafting. Any treasure on this level couldn't be from the 4th dimension. It was a surprise that Valiant Heart Mountain had lasted for so long, letting such a secret become common knowledge amongst its disciples. Or maybe that was exactly the point. Are they using the prestige of the Morales family as a protective covering? Thinking to this point, Lionel almost wanted to laugh. He couldn't blame them. They gave up tens of thousands of their members for the right to use this shield of protection. But that only made things more ironic. It was because of this sacrifice that they were able to enjoy such spoils. And now what? They suddenly weren't willing anymore? Lionel felt that this was a matter that started at the head, this all-pervading cowardice. Valiant Heart Mountain was quite literally rotting from the inside out. The worst of them were so worried about holding on to their authority that they made enemies of freshmen for perceived slights despite supposedly being holy seniors. The best of them were too cowardly, trying to hold on to a meaningless status quo that held no weight whatever. And what were the heads doing? Weren't they the exact same? In the blink of an eye, Lionel felt that he had completely grasped the weakness of Valiant Heart Mountain in an instant. All of this only confirmed the first of his thoughts. He had no intention of tying himself to this place. As for the so-called air trial, he had not a single intention in participating to begin with. But, even if for some reason he changed his mind, this sort of weak, backboneless organization wouldn't even be on the list of allies he chose from. They thought too much of themselves. Of them all, this Kayla was the first one he had run across that was slightly better to look at. Obviously, this wasn't because of her looks, but rather because she didn't carry the same hypocrisy. Are you sure you want me to join? There's likely not a single peak that would take me in right now. And, from what I can see, you're a part of Brave Peak. You sure your seniors would be okay with this? Kayla snorted. If they kick you out, they'll be kicking me out anyway. Plus, whether I'm part of a peak or not, my polished glass faction will exist no matter what. There are members from plenty of peaks in my faction. Crafters are too rare, so I couldn't afford to be stingy. I mean, I'm very open-minded, so it was never a problem. Kayla rubbed her nose slightly beneath Lionel's smiling gaze. All right. That's enough, follow this senior of yours. It'll take you to see a world you never have before. Lionel had his wrist grabbed by an oddly firm and sturdy hand, especially since it was from a woman. Seems she's quite a decent force crafter. As Kayla was dragging Lionel around, another uproar was sweeping across Valiant Heart Mountain. News of a freshman defeating several sophomore-level white belts spread like wildfire, especially when it was learned that one of King of War's captains, Nigmir, wasn't spared in the slightest. In fact, according to reports, he was defeated without even a chance to fight back. This news might as well have been like a ton of bricks slamming against the minds of seniors. However, this had only been the beginning. News of Valiant Hall removing all the Leo the Cuck posters posted around the city caused another uproar. Rumors that Lionel had joined Valiant Hall began to spread. It was then that the landscape completely shifted. Someone had spotted King of Wars, Seraph, returning to the organization. Everyone sat patiently, waiting for what they thought might be an eruption to explode forth. Chapter 636. Kayla quickly led Lionel to a small house near the base of Brave Peak. It was so close to the peak, in fact, that the back of the house was no more than 10 meters from a rock face. Luckily, the home wasn't very close to the main path of the peak, or else it would be too loud and bustling to get anything done. The space was under the perpetual shadow of a floating island as a result of this, though. So, it was give and take. But, it seemed that Kayla quite liked the darkness they were cast under. Luckily, Kayla had had the sense to let go of Lionel's wrist long ago, or else who knew what kind of new rumors would be spreading through the city. She kicked down the door as though she wasn't its owner, her excitement almost being too great. Lionel couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Everyone. I come bearing gifts. Beautiful big sis. Hearing a familiar voice, Lionel's lip twitched. How did Radleys get here, exactly? Did he just follow all the beauties of the organization like a dog without a home? Radley stormed up from what looked like the basement with every intention of throwing himself into Kayla's arms. But, all he received was a kick in return. Kayla's elegant leg hung in the air. Unfortunately, she wore the customary uniform of Valiant Heart, so there was no soft skin or slenderness to enjoy. Radley's crashed against the wall beside the opening to the basement, sliding down with a hurt look on his face. Damn useless mutt. You're lucky I didn't kick you out of here after learning you can't craft anything, yet you still want to take advantage of me. Here. Kayla threw over a spatial brace to Radley's. Organize all the ores in here. You probably don't know their functions, so just do it by feel like you usually do. After you're done, you can get Lisha to take inventory of them. Ah, yes ma'am. Radley stood up quickly as though he had never been hurt. It was only after he finished leering at Kayla that he finally realized that there had been someone by her side all this time. In fact, it was also at this moment that the others came from the basement. Aside from Radley's, there were 5 others, all wearing a lab coat similar to Kayla. It seemed that this lab coat was their marker as a faction. It wasn't a bad look, though it did seem a bit out of place. Ah. Bro, it's you. You actually have the confidence to show your face. Respect, respect. Radley's laughed for a moment before looking wearily between Lionel and Kayla. After a moment, his eyes sparkled. How's your girlfriend doing? Is everything all right at home? You have a girlfriend? Kayla looked at Lionel curiously. Radley's grinned as though a devious plan of his had succeeded. Don't blame me, bro. You can't keep hogging all the women. Us ugly men need to live too. I do. Lionel nodded with a smile. I see. Kayla nodded. Then, as though it was nothing more than a brief interlude, she looked toward the 5 who had come up the stairs. The giant who can barely stand to his full height is Rum. The twin sisters are Madia and Lisha. As for the final 2, the girl with the spectacles is Thilly and the boy who's even lankier than Radley's is Vagler. Radley's opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he just closed it. Are all women so shameless? First Balthorn and now Kayla. None of them care that he has a girlfriend? Where is the justice in this world? Nice to meet you all. Lionel said with a smile, greeting them all warmly. I may have gotten us into some trouble. Kayla coughed lightly. The moment their leader began, the 5 sighed as though they were already used to this. Lionel could imagine the number of conundrums Kayla had caused in the past. Anyway, the short of it is that we've been banned from buying more ores from King of Or's faction, and Hero Peak may or may not be coming to find trouble with us in the coming days. Kayla. Lisha looked exasperated. What did you do? Nothing. Honest. Those bastards wanted to double the prices. How was I supposed to take that laying down? Lisha wanted to facepalm. She already knew her leader was exaggerating, but there was nothing more she could say. It's all okay, though. I've found us a bodyguard. Everyone looked toward Lionel. But, when they saw his black belt, they felt as though black was all they could see. Their legs swayed and they almost fell over. They were supposed to entrust their safety to a freshman? Even Radley's, who had seen Lionel in action, was one part speechless. He definitely did something to beautiful big sis. Radley's wanted to shed real tears. Just because he's good in bed, big sis, doesn't mean he's good at fighting. Those are 2 completely different battles. Radley's felt as though his world was crumbling. It seems he would have to find a new big sis to fawn over. This was too depressing. His dreams of sleeping on a bowtie slap were going up in smoke just because of Lionel. Ah, you're all thinking too much about it. Lionel is even stronger than I am, by a good margin. Stop worrying so much. Come on, let's go work. Lisha shook her head. Seeing that Radley's was trying to escape, she grabbed him by the ear and pulled him down into the basement. Everyone followed, even Lionel. He was quite curious to see what kind of lab the polished glass faction was working with. The result was completely out of his expectations. I'll show you around so you can think of some security measures. I haven't really thought of your payment, but... Bah, I'll think of something. How about free room and board? This place might be shabby, but it's still far better than the freshman quarters. Oh. Don't touch anything and try not to breathe too hard. The experiments we're working on are very sensitive to outside stimuli, especially impurities. Better indeed, Lionel looked around. The basement was filled with endless walls of white and steel tables. It looked more like a biology lab than a crafting station. But they were dealing with a very precious ore that Lionel immediately recognized. They're working with something so sensitive. What are they trying to do here exactly? Chapter 637. The ore Lionel immediately recognized was quite a unique metal that manifested like glass. It had all the texture, feel and pliability of metal, but also happened to be see-through. This ore was simply known as polished glass ore, and it seemed that Kayla's faction received their name directly from this source. The only difference between it and normal glass was that it had a slight black hue to it, as though in warning of its danger. The issue with polished glass, though, was that it was incredibly volatile. And as Kayla mentioned, it was best not to leave it with any impurities unless one wanted a face of what would amount to a stack of TNT. However, as it seemed with most things, the more difficult they were to deal with, the better the reward for dealing with them. The problem, though, was that polished glass had a very specific use case that would benefit it the greatest, and it was difficult to reach this balance. Seeing that Lionel had spent so long looking toward their stores of polished glass, Kayla smiled. Definitely do not touch that. Radlease, that brat, actually almost caused us to go up in smoke a few days ago. It's lucky that he has some use, or else I really would have strangled him to death by now. Though Kayla seemed casual with her words, the lab itself was in great order. Even at this moment, the polished glass was locked away safely and securely. The 5 members of the faction, excluding Radlease, had all gone off to work. Rum held 2 massive hammers, pounding away at something with his head hidden under a hood. Lisha and Madia seemed to be taking whatever product he finished and purifying it what looked like flames. Philly inspect their products, while it was the lanky Vagler who took the most volatile product and placed it within the protective covering. To give Radlease some credit, though, it seemed that he had also gotten started on the task Kayla had for him. But, for whatever reason, he kept looking back toward Lionel and Kayla with tears streaking down his cheeks. One would have thought that he was cutting onions. The last station was completely empty. Lionel was certain that whatever processing was left would be left to Kayla herself. You want to watch? Kayla asked, seeing that Lionel was still curious. Sure. Kayla made her way to the last lab table, her expression turning serious. Everyone seemed to take a pause on what they were doing to look over. The hair scrunchie that kept Kayla's ponytail in place began to flicker to life, dancing with a golden red. Taking a deep breath, she slipped her hands into the 2 openings within the transparent container, her gaze growing focused. Her flames licking across her hair danced down her neck, along her shoulders and arms, through the slots and onto the tips of her fingers. Very delicately, she began to handle the piece of transparent polished glass. At this moment, it already looked like a finished product. There was no amount of polishing that could make it any clearer. But, as force crafters, they all knew that this was an illusion. Handling such a piece of polished glass felt no different from standing in a nuclear war zone. Even if your eyes couldn't see it. You didn't have to for you to already be considered dead. The most dangerous part of handling polished glass didn't come from purifying it to this extent. This shouldn't be taken out of context, because it was indeed dangerous to reach this step. Rather, because the impurities were so obvious during the first steps, they were easier to deal with and manage. But right now, they were like hidden assassins ready and waiting to take your life. This was the most dangerous step. Not the purification, but the molding of polished glass into your weapon of choice. It took Kayla several hours of careful, step-by-step processes to finally mold the final product. She gently pulled her hands out and grinned triumphantly, sweat matting her brow. Despite how happy she was with her work, she didn't take it out of the container. Rather, after pressing a button, the container collapsed inside very gently and formed a small box of metal that Kayla then put to the side, ready to receive the next. So you're making grenades? Kayla gave Lionel a surprised look. How did you know that? The final product looked no different from a Christmas tree ornament. It had a small round body, so small, in fact, that one could fit 3 into the palm comfortably. Combining with its transparent appearance, and it was quite a beautiful ornament, indeed. The slight black light it radiated only made it more intriguing. The only other oddity about the design was the small hole at the top. It was barely 1.5 centimeters across and was hard to pick out amidst all the transparent glass. This was all to say that, other than a vague similarity in shape, it should be impossible to tell what the purpose of the vessel was. Especially since it wasn't truly the final product. There was still one more step Kayla had to complete in secret before it could be deemed to be finished. Lionel shrugged and spoke casually. Just a guess. Kayla's mouth opened to answer but couldn't come up with anything. Was it really just a guess? It's definitely an innovative idea. Usually, polished glass is used as the edge of blades due to its extraordinary sharpness. But, your design is innovative. Since you can't purify the polished glass completely, you're taking advantage of this to finish a completely novel craft. It's quite genius. Lionel's casual remarks filled Kayla with pride in the beginning before she was left more stunned than anything else. You? How? What? This wasn't analysis a layman could complete no matter how learned they were. Just telling that the polished glass wasn't completely purified required a deep level of knowledge. How? Lionel blinked. Oh, that's what you mean. I'm a force crafter too, I guess. Chapter 638. Kayla was speechless. Having such combat prowess at such a young age yet also having such insight as a force crafter. Was this supposed to be a practical joke? Kayla could be considered rare enough, having decent strength along with good skill as a crafter. But, she was also much older than Lionel. Though she didn't want to admit it, she was easily over double his age. Well, double what she estimated his age to be. If she knew Lionel was only 19, it would be much closer to triple than double. Lionel raised his brows. Was it really so shocking? He understood that crafters would be rare on Earth, but even if they were also rare here, running into 1 or 2 every so often shouldn't be impossible. There was no need for such surprise. Kayla shook her head. You're right, we are making grenades. Initially, as you said, we wanted to use the polished glass stores we found for the sake of making sharp weapons. If we managed to succeed, even if the finished products were only Tier 3, they'd be able to rival Tier 5 and 6 weapons in pure sharpness alone. They'd be hot commodities among the lower class of Valiant Mountain, and there would be more than a few elites interested in them too. Lionel frowned. Polished glass was a Tier 6 Oregon. To use it to make Tier 3 weapons was a bit wasteful. He didn't quite understand why they would do that. If he thought about it more deeply, though, Kayla likely planned on using an exceptionally small amount right on the edge of the blade. This would indeed make a big difference in the sharpness of a weapon. But, even then, Kayla spoke as though she had no plans at all of making true Tier 6 weapons. If used properly, they could nearly rival Tier 7 weapons. That would truly make them a hot commodity, and this endeavor would be far more worth it. Of course, that was ignoring the idea of grenades, which Lionel felt was an excellent pivot. Seeing Lionel's look, Kayla put on a wronged expression. I know what you're thinking, Lionel raised his brows. But Valiant Heart Mountain only has stingy people. If you came here hoping you could find a pathway to Tier 5, 6, or higher, this senior of yours will have to disappoint you. The elders hoard everything, even from their disciples. I used to be under the tutelage of the best crafter Valiant Heart has to offer, Tier 9 Black Crafter, Jack Bianala. But after realizing that old fogey only want to work me to the bone while giving me nothing in return, I left. Kayla sighed as she broke the news to Lionel. She had correctly guessed that Lionel's weird expression was about her not being able to complete Tier 6 crafts. But, what she incorrectly guessed was that Lionel was also unable to. Because of that bastard, I can only craft up to Tier 5 on an excellent day, and that's despite the fact I already have the skill to complete Tier 7 crafts. Even if I have all the materials, I just don't have the knowledge of force arts necessary to bind them properly. The lab entered a somewhat depressing state. Oh. So that's the limitation. Lionel grasped a bit of what was going on. He agreed with Kayla's assessment of herself. Her hand speed and control was indeed at the Grade 2 designation. Though it was a far cry from Lionel's own superior Grade 1 designation, it was still good enough. Speaking of which, Lionel had long since begun on his bronze hand exercises, so he had actually already entered the Grade 3 designation and was approaching Advanced Grade 3 designation. So, technically, he was already beyond his previous superior Grade 1 designation for the Black Grade and could begin to work on 5th dimension crafts. Still, to put this matter into perspective, not all bronze crafters even reached Grade 1 designation first. So, Kayla was indeed not wrong when she said she had the skill to complete Tier 7 crafts. What did all this mean? It meant that Kayla's only real limitation was her lack of understanding in high-level force arts. Lionel sighed. This was his first time finally understanding the scope of what he had in his hands. Even a bronze organization like this one was hoarding knowledge Lionel might not even deem important enough to write on a piece of tissue paper. The words of his grandfather couldn't help but come back to his ears. Should he be handing over his things to those who were less privileged than he was? Lionel could only sigh again. At that moment, he felt a light pat on his shoulder. There's no need to feel so down, Kayla said with a smile, trying to comfort Lionel. Those old bastards are just jealous of our youth. Once they croak, it's not like they can take their knowledge with them. By then, we can just rob their graves. Hearing such words, Lionel could only burst into a fit of laughter. This Kayla was indeed quite an interesting character. She somewhat reminded him of Mordred. I wonder how Camelot is doing now. Lionel thought somewhat absent-mindedly before shaking his head. Clearing his mind, Lionel suddenly clapped, startling everyone in the lab. By now, even a casual clap from Lionel seemed to send swirling winds in every direction. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you trying to kill us all? Kayla panicked. Lionel grinned. Hey Kayla, I have some ideas. I wonder if you're willing to take another gamble on me? Kayla blinked, her beautiful eyes sparkling somewhat. For some reason, whenever Lionel entered such a state, just his aura alone seemed to make everyone gravitate toward him. The confidence he exuded bordered on intoxicating. Kayla looked around at the others, only to find that they were curiously observing Lionel too. It seemed that they had been caught up in it all as well. In the blink of an eye, the depressing atmosphere had vanished with the wind, the entire room orbiting around Lionel's bright smile. All right, freshman, what ideas do you have? Lionel's eyes sparkled. Since Valiant Heart wanted to hoard high-level force arts, he would just have to show them how powerful low-level force arts could be. Chapter 639. What plan do you have in mind? Instead of answering, Lionel walked over to Rum's station. The massive man towered over Lionel, but he seemed to be the quiet type. In fact, aside from Lisha and Kayla, excluding Radlease, it seemed as though every member of Polished Glass was quiet. I'm just going to borrow your station for a little bit. Lionel smiled. Rum hesitated but bowed out of the way eventually. None of them knew how skilled Lionel was, but at least in this station, even if there was an explosion, it would be manageable. If Lionel insisted on starting at Kayla's station, then maybe even Kayla herself wouldn't have been able to allow it. However, what stunned Rum was that instead of going under the hood like he had, Lionel removed the coverings entirely, revealing the existence of a special violet light and numerous unprocessed ores. Without a spirit, Rum could only use the most primitive method of purification. But that didn't necessarily mean that it was an inferior method. There were many force crafters who swore by their blacksmithing methods. Lionel had even read about a famous crafter who wielded 16 hammers at once during all his crafts. Though, he obviously used a special telekinetic ability, or else it would be too ridiculous. Rum, however, used just 2 hammers. But in his hunched position, one could imagine the limited range and control he had. It took a lot of discipline to work at his station, for sure. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to do so. The polished glass faction could only afford a single open space like this. So, in order to maximize the special light he used to pick out impurities, he had to use such a posture. Lionel picked up a piece of ore under the horrified gazes of everyone present. Rum couldn't help but take a few steps back. Even Radley scrambled away, pressing his hands together in prayer. But what happened next left them all stunned. A regular wristband that had been wrapped around Lionel's arm with not a single hint of movement suddenly made its presence known, enveloping the oars completely. Metal spirit. Kayla screamed out, her breathing hurried. Her face flushed red, her body trembling as though it couldn't grasp what it was seeing. A familiar, of any kind, was rare beyond compare. Kayla's hair scrunchie seemed to be a fire spirit, but this couldn't have been further from the truth. It was nothing more than a manifestation of her ability. Kayla's ability was somewhat like Monet's, except it emphasized control over both flames and their heat. She could make flames as fluid as gas in one instant and as solid as iron in the next. She could also make her flames as flexible and soft as a scrunchie. The only downside of her ability was that her output of flames wasn't very powerful. So, usually, she went out of her way to find sources of good flames, then stored them on her body in various ways. Her scrunchie was just one aspect. This was all to say that Kayla had never even seen a spirit in her life before, let alone the metal spirit. The metal spirit was widely accepted as one of, if not the best familiar for crafters to have. But they were notoriously impossible to control, and there were very few with the ability to do so. Yet, even those people would never casually leave a metal spirit on their wrist as though it was any other accessory. That was ridiculous and asking for death. But that was exactly what was happening before her. Lionel overturned the piece of ore in his hands, his eyes flashing. His aura became stifling, a heavy air hanging over the lab. Dream sculpt. In the blink of an eye, the ore, its every imperfection, its every crevice and peak, was perfectly reflected in Lionel's mind. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, what took Rum hours of hammering to accomplish was completed by Lionel in just 10 minutes. No. This couldn't be said. Compared to Rum's unfinished product, Lionel's was perfect. Bloop bloop, little Tolly hopped around Lionel's palms happily. In one of Lionel's palms, there was a rock that looked no different from any other. It had a plain grayish appearance and sat silently. On his other palm, there was a perfect glass ball. Not a single imperfection could be picked out of it. Kayla didn't need to ask Lionel to understand. That perfect ball. It was exactly the product she slaved over continuously. But this was the first time she was actually seeing it. This, Kayla's eyes brightened. With this, we could actually make those tier 3 weapons. Lionel smiled. We could. Or we could make a better version of your grenades. But in that state, the polished glass is completely inert. Kayla could tell this easily. In fact, anyone could. The way was simple. The black light the polished glass usually gave off had vanished, leaving behind nothing but a shallow, barely perceptible gray light. This was how one knew you had reached perfection. True. But this still exists. Lionel tossed the pile of impurities up and let it land on his palm again. You. What? Kayla was confused. She didn't understand. The impurities were exactly that, impure. They weren't even unique to polished glass. Oregon impurities were just anything that happened to be in the environment the ore was birthed in. Ore veins had to grow around a lot of rock and sediment, and oftentimes these impurities would seep in and disrupt its growth. These would have to be taken out during the refinement process. Though some ores could only be grown in special environments and thus usually had impurities in common across their ores, polished glass ore had too many potential growing spots to have anything so convenient attached to its lore. This was all to say that The impurities in Lionel's hand could be from anywhere. In fact, it was no different from a rock one could pick up on the roadside. If one tried to sell it, you'd get beaten to death for being a fraudulent merchant. Lionel's actions were simply too baffling. However, he only smiled and his hands began to move again. Chapter 640. This time, having snapped out of her daze due to the appearance of a metal spirit, she paid more attention to Lionel's hands. Seeing how deft he was and the level of speed he was able to maintain, Kayla felt as though she had entered a completely new world. This is at least grade 1 designation. That's impossible. Elder Jack Bianala only allowed them to watch him work from afar, but she was certain that he was at the advanced grade 2 designation at best. In fact, Kayla was only able to reach grade 2 thanks to a fortuitous encounter while searching for flames to empower her crafting. It was thanks to this that her scope broadened and she realized the Bianala wasn't as great or mysterious as he claimed to be. But even though she was aware of this, seeing Lionel now still made all she had learned in the past several decades feel like nothing more than a waste. In 10 more minutes, the rock of impurities had been reformed into 6 different segments. Lionel's right palm, which held the polished glass, let go, allowing a portion of little Tali to let it float. With a flip of his palm, an elegant black quill appeared in Lionel's hand. Just its sight alone made Kayla's breathing quickened. This time, it wasn't only her either. The metal spirit was so rare in this corner of the universe that only the most well-learned would recognize it on first sight. But this quill was something they all recognized because all of them had one. A crafting quill wasn't a rare thing. However, one of the quality Lionel was wielding now. Well, that was a different matter entirely. They all thought that it was at least tier 7, having never seen a quasi-bronze quill before. If they had broader knowledge, it would have been easier to guess. But, even without knowing, they were practically drooling. Lionel, however, was completely focused. His wrists flicked, several force arts being drawn in what felt like in an instant. It felt as though his quill would pass by a region, only for a pristine force art to appear where he had just been. This was the first time they had watched someone draw force arts so quickly, and on a useless piece of rock, no less. But at that moment, they didn't care. Unlike Jack, who always found ways to hide his process, Lionel didn't hide a single thing. Kayla even managed to see through what force arts Lionel was drawing. The language was a bit different, but the function was the same. She felt certain that these were just modified versions of the arts she had drawn on her so-called final product, but Lionel was drawing them on the useless rock. Well, use the same arts you used with just a single change. Lionel began to speak. Kayla's lip twitched. A single change? Lionel had already altered the whole design. She had no idea what he was thinking. You combined an air purification, wind shield, and air suction force art in order to simulate a vacuum. It was a genius combination. I won't change anything about that. Lionel knew a higher level force art which didn't require this combination and could simply form a vacuum by itself. But, he felt that there was no need to do this. Kayla was the leader of this team, not him. There was no need to make her years of hard work meaningless when it was a method that would work well enough. Kayla beamed with pride, practically grinning ear to ear. The only thing you'll add is a spacer. It's a simple magnetic force art that adds a charge to an ore. Kayla blinked. She was really curious because she had never seen such a force art. But, at the same time, she was even more curious about what it would be used for. At that moment, Lionel's left head began to move. Little Tali, who had been doing nothing but holding the pristine ball of polished glass or up, shifted. The pristine ball was separated into several marbles. A single palm-sized ball formed what seemed like over 30 thumbnail-sized ball. Lionel took just a single one, his fingers moving like a blur. The marble was molded and folded, forming small, surgical knife blades that couldn't have been thicker than a hair's width. Lionel's pen began to move again, place the final force arts in place. With deft fingers, he slid the knife blades into the 6 pieces of rock. Then, snap. Kayla jumped. When she saw the complete craft, she was stunned. It was a small ball, less the third the size of a palm. But, it had numerous thin perforations. If it wasn't for the fact she had seen Lionel slide the polished glass or pieces into them, she wouldn't have noticed this at all. On top of the ball, there was a small pin no different from any other grenade. Lionel smiled, his expression just as relaxed. This is the final product. It looks like the blades are touching, but they aren't. The blades are just a small bit thinner than the perforations in the ball. The magnetic force arts repel each other from all sides equally, causing them to hover in place. The pin completes the circuit for the completion of the vacuum. The moment the pin is removed, air rushes in. The sudden surge, causing by a high concentration of air flowing into an area of low concentration, will cause the thin blades to rattle. The moment the thin blades touch the impurities, the etchings I had to carve in for the sake of the magnetic force arts will ignite. The magnetic force art on the polished glass or with shatter before the ones I drew on the impure rock. The disruption will cause the blades to be ejected outward. The combination of the magnets and the explosion of the polished glass or will combine into one, making the explosion far more violent than it was originally. I'm fairly certain that this grenade could put someone in Tier 5 at death's door. Someone in Tier 6 would still be severely injured, and it only costs 1/30th of a weapon. Lionel smiled, pointing toward the 29 remaining marbles. Kayla and the others looked toward Lionel as though they were looking at a monster. Radleys, especially, was at a loss, remembering what Lionel had said on the mountain pass that day. He wasn't lying. He isn't a fool. He really doesn't care about Tier 7 weapons. Chapter 641. Radleys felt his intestines overturning. Was this the mysterious gold mine of legends? Was his luck finally turning for the better? Bro, no, big bro, no, Senior Lionel. Radleys flashed and appeared in front of Lionel, a wide smile spreading across his pale face. If Lionel didn't know better, he would have thought that Radleys was a ghost doing its best to scare him half to death. However, before he could say more, he found himself being kicked away by Kayla again. You idiot. That's a ticking time bomb in his hands. What would you do if it accidentally fell because of you? After she was done, Kayla immediately looked toward Lionel with sparkling eyes. Radley saw a gold mine, but she saw an endless store of information. Even if she was beaten to death, she wouldn't believe that Lionel had gained all this skill on his own. He most definitely had a teacher. And, with a teacher came all sorts of information. Kayla knew that all the force arts Lionel had used to form this grenade were Tier 4 at best. But, she didn't believe that this was the extent of Lionel's knowledge. It had taken her months of research and experimentation to complete the sequence of force arts she needed to form the vacuum that kept the grenade stable. But, in the blink of an eye, Lionel saw through its purpose and even adapted her design to suit his changes. Her breathing quickened. The only way he'd be able to do this was if his knowledge of force arts was so far beyond hers that there was no comparison whatsoever. She didn't even believe her former master could see through her intentions without at least a few days of observation and tests. After a while, Kayla slowly calmed herself and smiled bitterly. If even a hack like Jack was so close to the vest with his knowledge, how much more so would a true master like Lionel's teacher be in this regard? As arrogant as Jack was, Kayla had no doubt that Lionel's teacher was several times more. But at least he would have more of a right to be. Kayla knew it would be ridiculous of her to expect a junior she just met to divulge such important information, so she didn't even bother to ask. Recollecting herself, Kayla finally found a few oddities with the grenade. Namely, there was one she just couldn't wrap her head around. Hopefully, Lionel wouldn't mind answering this. How did you manage to get the inert polished glass to explode, though? Hearing Kayla's question, the 5 members of the polished glass faction seemed to realize something too. Sighing, the excitement in their eyes also dimmed. The dimensional verse was a cruel world where those at the top always sought to hoard power for themselves. Even if Lionel was a good person, asking something so great of him would be too much and far too ungrateful. Lionel nodded when he heard Kayla's question. If the inert polished glass could be forced to explode so easily, then it would never be used as the blade of a weapon. No one wanted to deal with their own weapon lashing out at them mid-battle. That would be too ridiculous. It had already been established that the so-called impurities were just regular rocks. Since there was nothing special about them, who was to say that contact with an enemy's blade wouldn't also cause the polished glass to explode if it was really so unstable? The secret is the thinness of the hidden blades. Lionel explained. The explosive effect of unrefined polished glass is caused by disruptions in its chemical structure. After it has been properly refined to the point of becoming inert, there are no longer any impurities to disrupt its structures. When you refine it into a blade, any outside interferences are too small to affect the overall situation. Whatever chain reaction that would have occurred is easily halted before it can gain any steam. But when it's thin enough, to the point where it's just a few atoms thick, the structure is much easier to disrupt. Especially when you draw a force art onto it, thinning it out even more. Kayla's eyes glowed. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't wrap her mind around how Lionel had come up with such a design in just a few minutes. Everything about it seemed perfect. It was the kind of design one should have spent years laboring over every detail of, yet he had completed it in an afternoon. It was baffling. Lionel grinned. Want to test it? Kayla shivered. She felt like she was looking at a madman. No way. The testing rooms that could withstand something like that are way too expensive to rent. Forget it. The two looked one another and burst into a fit of laughter. Not long later, the first grenade of polished glass faction was completed and stored. Having let the excitement sink in, the team prepared to make as many as possible. The Valiant Heart Zone wasn't an event just anyone could join. One had to gain enough merits to enter a tournament, and only by placing well in this tournament would one then be able to enter. However, gathering merits was simply too time-consuming, and many would rather spend the time training. The fact that they were time-consuming was just one aspect, though. Oftentimes, missions were a good way to train as well. The main issue was the fact the injury rate was simply too high. If one suffered a severe injury, how would they recover in time to participate even if they managed to gather enough merits? This consumable device would fix much of this. There were a countless number of missions that would be made far easier if one had such a destructive device on hand. Kayla herself, who had participated in a number of these missions to gather enough funds to buy more ores, knew exactly how much such a product would be desired. Unfortunately, they often could only be bought from outside markets and in small quantities. The polished glass faction would change all of that. Chapter 642. The next month passed by in an odd silence. Lionel didn't appear again, but neither did Sereth seem intent on doing anything. For those who had been waiting for sparks to fly, this was an exceptionally odd lull that left many feeling disappointed. However, whether or not the two had actually thought of letting matters settle just like this, it was completely unknown. That should do it. Lionel raised his head for the first time in a long time. He seemed to have sat in the same place endlessly, completely focused on his task. Before him, there were two finished products. One was the grenade they were all familiar with, while the other was most definitely not. However, considering the nonchalant responses the others had to this phenomenon, it was clearly not the first time in this last month that they had seen this design. Lionel ended up having to simplify the two designs he created, effectively forming a stream of 4 different products, 2 of which could only be crafted by him, while the latter 2 were made easier for the other members of Polished Glass to complete themselves. The result was a line of elite products and common products that would give the group some better leverage on the market. Kayla smiled. Rum obediently took hold of another behemoth-like stack of boxes and began to bring them out. Lionel stretched his back, his eyes slightly red. Go take a shower, hermit. We can't have our prized engineer walking around like a rat's nest. Lisha teased Lionel ruthlessly. Towards such a thing, Lionel could only smile bitterly. Big sister. That's too mean. Madia tried to stop Lisha from being too harsh, but all she got was a palm to the forehead. He's a big man. He'll be fine. Lionel gave Madia a thankful smile before rushing off to shower and get dressed. At the very least, this small home had such accommodations. It wasn't long before the group had set off. How exactly does this showcase work? Lionel asked curiously. I applied for a section from Valiant Hall half a month ago and it was decided that today would be our day. As long as we perform well, our products will appear on the Valiant Hall exchange list and the system will be pretty much automated for us from then on. Lionel was enlightened. I thought we would have to open a shop or something. Kayla's expression darkened a bit, taking Lionel off guard. Had he said something wrong? We can't afford that. Kayla looked up into the skies as though she was truly hurt. Lisha cleared her throat. Don't mind her, she's a bit of a money grubber. The Valiant Hall exchange list is safe and about as no hassle as you can get. But the consequence is that the taxes we have to pay are higher. It would be better for us to have our own store as long as it was in a decent part of the city, but all the land has been bought up by seniors long ago. Usually, you would just have to defeat the store owner and take over the rental fees to take over a store, but the network of store owners is too complex right now. Most store owners are part of union. Defeating one essentially means offending the whole union. It's really too much of a headache to deal with. So, stores usually only get passed on willingly these days. And most of the time to close family juniors thanks to nepotism. Hearing Lisha's explanation, Lionel could only shake his head. The more he learned about Valiant Heart's system of competition, the more he realized just how little real competition there was. Not long later, the group made their way to Valiant Hall, Rum's heavy steps causing the cities to quake. You sure you don't need any help, Rum? Lionel asked for the third time already. No, I'm okay. Rum smiled almost too gently for a man his size. He was practically an enormous teddy bear. You've already done so much work for us, this is the least I could do. Lionel finally gave up. This big teddy bear was truly too stubborn. Philly, this is the registration information. Well, go start setting up. Kayla handed over some forms over to the thin and spectacled Philly, who quietly accepted them and moved into the building. Kayla put her fists on her hips like a valiant hero, a bright smile spreading across her face as her lab coat fluttered in the wind. After a moment of basking in her own glory, she strode forward, finding a space outside of Valiant Hall to begin her setup. Rum followed obediently behind her, a sheepish smile on his face. Seems the big guy has a crush on Kayla. Lionel chuckled to himself. Valiant Hall was just as grandiose as Lionel remembered it. The only difference between now and then was that there were a few groups gathering around its entrance as though setting up a fair. Kayla found a nice location beneath the shade of some trees and began to set up their display. It even reminded Lionel somewhat of his school science fair projects, a wave of nostalgia he wasn't quite ready for. The number of people here to witness this event were quite small in number, though. But, Kayla and the others didn't mind. After all, as long as the judges approved of their product, they could enter the exchange list. Out of habit, before going out to any missions, students would always check for new products so they'd be able to get their name out that way. At least. That was what Kayla thought until there was a sudden change to the situation. On the horizon, a large number of people began making their way toward the exchange fair. There were only a couple hundred at most, not even enough to make the entrance of Valiant Hall feel crowded, but compared to the mere 4 or 5 stations of crafters and force pill masters ready to display their products, this number was massive. Kayla couldn't ever remember there being such a large influx of people. Even when the most famous factions displayed their products, there would never be this many. Her eyes along with Lionel's narrowed simultaneously. They couldn't help but feel that some sort of conspiracy was afoot. Chapter 643. As the crowd around Valiant Hall was steadily growing, Philly came back out seemingly having completed his task. But, even he, who was usually even-keeled and expressionless, couldn't help but be shocked by the sudden change. Why were there so many people coming? What was going on exactly? Lionel had been certain that they had come to cause trouble. During his month of time with Kayla and the others, he hadn't lowered his guard, always being prepared for a sudden ambush from the King of Or's faction. But, even to this point, he hadn't seen a single thing. However, what was even more shocking about what was going on was the fact that after reaching the exchange fair, the more than 200 youths who had come began to observe each display curiously. Lionel thought it was just an act. How could he not? According to what he learned from Kayla, they would be lucky to have a dozen audience members, and that was including the judges themselves. But, the longer he observed, the more he realized that he was wrong. Lionel was very good at reading the intentions of people. He thought himself to have quite a high level of emotional intelligence. It was part of the reason many were fond of him. However, even with these skills and his acute senses, he couldn't find anything wrong with this crowd of people. It was as though they had really come for the fair. Just what was going on? While Lionel was distracted, the entrance of Valiant Hall opened up once again. This time, 3 old-timers came out. Ah. Kayla's expression changed drastically. What's wrong? Lionel was about to ask this question, but Rum was far more attentive to Kayla's change than even he was. That. Kayla blinked, trying to regain her bearings. She shook her head and took a deep breath. Kayla couldn't take her eyes off of the old man in the center. Though Lionel had only known her for a short time, he was easily able to guess who the old man was. Jack Biennala. The only Tier 9 black crafter Valiant Heart Mountain had to offer. He was an old man that seemed to have a foot in the grave already. His skin was loose, his wrinkles prominent, and his face was covered in aged spots, making it difficult to tell what its original tone was meant to be. However, despite this, and despite the fact he used a metallic walking cane to move, his back was ramrod straight, making one wonder why he needed the walking stick at all. As though this old man wasn't odd enough to look at, his eyes seemed to have aged even quicker than his body, reflecting a milky white beneath his spectacles. And, much like Kayla, he too wore a lab coat. It seemed that during her time under his tutelage, she had still managed to pick up some of his habits. Beside Elder Biennala were 2 others, both of whom were women. They were considerably younger than Biennala, but they had still been classified as old-timers in Lionel's mind. So, it went to show just how old Kayla's former master was. The 2 old women seemed to be in their late 50s to early 60s. Compared to Biennala, their skin was much more well taken care of. It was rare to see an older woman exposing so much, but such was the reality of Valiant Heart Mountain and their uniforms. Regardless, it made it clear that these 2 older women had taken good care of their bodies and even still seemed somewhat perky in some areas. If it wasn't for the deep wrinkles by their eyes, they would have looked closer to 40 than they did 60. Observing the atmosphere between the 3, Lionel had a feeling that they had quite a close relationship. He wouldn't be surprised if they were married. Lionel felt weirded out when he had this thought. Despite how much time had passed, monogamy was still very much the norm on Earth. In fact, now that all cultures had been assimilated, it was even more prevalent. Lionel had never seen a person with 2 wives before. Why are they here? Kayla's voice was hardly audible, but it snapped Lionel out of his useless thoughts. That was right. Usually, only minor students and members of Valiant Hall would come to judge the exchange fair. Something like a Tier 9 black crafter coming to oversee what should amount to children's playthings in his eyes was ridiculous. What the hell is going on? Lionel furrowed his brow. He felt a bit stifled at this moment. His instincts were screaming at him that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. There were only 2 possibilities. Either whoever was playing games with him now was far smarter than he was, or they were working with information Lionel simply didn't have. Lionel calmed himself almost immediately, his irises becoming deathly still of all emotion. The world that had slowed under his exceptional thinking speed seemed to pick back up again. The crowd of people began to roam freely, going from station to station as they curiously observed the products. Having not been ready for such an audience, many of the smaller factions presenting alone with Lionel and the others were flustered. But, without a choice, they could only press forward. At their own pace, the three old-timers also began to visit the stations one by one. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with their actions. But, for the first time since this crowd had come, Lionel finally picked out some oddities from the three. Every so often, their gaze would sweep over their station as though there was something interesting to pay attention to here. Lionel's eyes narrowed. Finally, the time came. The three judges finished with the station nearest to them and moved forward, their expressions impossible to read. Is it coming now? Chapter 644. At least that was what Lionel thought. But when the old-timers actually came to their station, he began to question himself all over again. Hello, Kayla. Jack smiled amiably. How have you been? Kayla's face was a bit stiff, but she still managed to squeeze out a smile. I've been good, Elder Biennala. AI, what a distant form of address. What happened to the little girl who would always cutely call me master? Is there a need to be like this? Kayla's face still remained somewhat stiff. Every fiber of her being wanted to stick a middle finger up and tell this old fart to go to hell, but she knew that despite the amiable personality of this old man, he wielded quite a bit of power and valiant heart. She didn't want to risk her path being cut off for no reason. She had already managed to separate from this old man without incurring too much of a penalty. She didn't want to risk any more. All right, Jack. Stop teasing the poor girl. If you had lightened up the workload on those poor little kids like I told you, she would have never left. I was just trying to get her full potential out. All right. You've said this many times already. It seems your favorite disciple is doing quite well for herself, even ready to submit some new designs for the exchange list. How about we give her the stage? Who Lionel thought were Biennala's two wives mediated the situation, finally letting them get down to business. Lionel realized at that moment that he might have misread the looks the old-timers had been given their station. He forgot to consider the fact they might just be looking because they recognized Kayla. From their talk, it seemed that these old-timers were closer to Kayla than he thought. At the very least, though Kayla was unsatisfied with their relationship, the three of them didn't dislike the young girl. They even seemed to somewhat understand her decision. If this was the case, was there really no trump card coming? Was there no table flip? No sudden evil plot? Lionel couldn't wrap his head around it at all. Kayla took a deep breath and began to introduce the products. We have 4 products total split into 2 categories. We have a consumable product and a defensive product. Starting with the consumable, we call them the Polished Grenade and Elite Polished Grenade. They make use of our faction's signature or, the Polished Glass Oregon O. One of Biennala's wives perked up. She was a great crafter in her own right, being tier 8. So, she was obviously aware of the difficulty there was in handling polished glass. Kayla nodded, growing more relaxed. Both the common and elite version work on the same principle. We make use of. When Kayla regained her wits, her words became more confident. Soon, her presentation became somewhat of a performance. Lionel couldn't help but think that she'd be a good saleswoman. You say that the Polished Grenade can kill anyone below tier 4 and severely injure someone at tier 4? And the elite version can kill anyone below tier 6? Kayla beamed. Yes. She had never actually tested the grenades, but she was confident in Lionel's assessment. If there was anyone whose calculations could be trusted without a doubt, it was his. And, of course, Lionel used the standard of valiant heart, not earth. And the price? Jack asked the final question. Kayla's smile grew brighter. The common version will cost just 5 merit points. The elite version will cost 10. The old-timers blinked, looking at each other in shock. The only reason they hadn't been too shocked by the strength of these grenades was because they expected it to be expensive. This was usually the case with the inventions of youths. They would have good ideas, powerful, even. But they would be much too expensive to manufacture on any large scale. However, one merit point was just 10 kilograms of fourth-dimensional herb Oregon. To buy something that could kill a Tier 6 existence with just 100 kilograms of herb. That was cheaper than even the price of a Tier 3 weapon. Even money grubbers might jump at this chance. Are you sure that this is the price you want to sell it at? Biennala looked toward the youths deeply. Certain. Kayla said confidently. Biennala's wizened eyes narrowed, but he eventually turned his gaze toward the defensive product they had brought forward. And this? Kayla smiled. This is our mending armor and elite mending armor. As you might guess from the name, the main function of this armor is in stitching and cauterizing wounds. The mending armor has the ability to defend against weapons at and below Tier 4. The elite mending armor has the ability to defend against weapons at and below Tier 6. However, in the case that their durability fails or a location is overloaded and pierced through, its main function will kick in. The armor will not only self-mend, but it will do the same for the skin beneath, constricting any wounds below until medical attention can be sought. It's the perfect flexible armor for many. Biennala took a deep breath. Even if this armor was too expensive, it would still be worth the buy for many if it worked as advertised. And the price? Kayla sent a glance toward Lionel, grinning. The mending armor will be sold for 50 merit points. The elite mending armor for 100. The old-timers were stunned once again. If everything is as you say and the final tests show the accuracy of your words and sustainability of the designs, I can take responsibility to place your 4 products on the Golden Exchange list. Jack said with an amiable smile. Kayla was stunned before her expression became ecstatic. This was more than she ever even dreamed of. Lionel watched all of this silently, not knowing what to think. Everything seemed so genuine. Was this really not a plot? Chapter 645. Earning a place on the Golden Exchange list was indeed a marvelous turn of events. Usually, only the most well-established factions with years of experience earned the right to be placed on such a list. The Golden Exchange list wasn't just a small honor, it also came with many tangible benefits. For one, the taxes they would have to pay was lessened by more than half. Whereas 65% of their profits would have had to be handed over previously, now they would only have to give up 30%. Though this was still higher than the 20% stores had to give up, they had one added benefit the stores didn't have. All items on the Golden Exchange list were products Valiant Heart Mountain had recognized personally. As a result, aside from orders from the students, their faction would also receive bulk orders from the organization as well. These bulk orders were where the true money was waiting to be made. It was still unknown if a product would become popular amongst students even if it made the Golden Exchange list. But these bulk orders would guarantee a large sum of merit points to be paid in advance. This influx of merit points would allow a faction the breathing room it needed to experiment with other creations and also gather enough resources to fulfill their orders. Even if Valiant Heart Mountain only ordered once, it was enough to give a faction a great kickstart as long as they took advantage of it. For them to gain such an honor while presenting their first products. How could Kayla not be excited? The young faction leader couldn't help but beam, her smile spreading from ear to ear. Jack took the samples to be tested and they would learn of the results in just a few hours. She couldn't help but be ecstatic. Unfortunately, for some reason, Lionel couldn't find it within himself to be happy. If something is going to go wrong, now would be the time. Their samples had been taken away to be tested by the old-timers. If nothing went wrong, maybe Lionel would really have to admit that he was just being paranoid. But what happened next left him stunned. Barely half an hour later, Elder Biennala came back with a smiling face and officially announced the matters. The team could no longer hold back their excitement. Even Philly, who was always expressionless, had his lip curl ever so slightly. In fact, Radlees, who had been running around getting them refreshments, also beamed. Though, whether he was smiling because he was happy about their success, or the bounciness of Kayla's chest as she celebrated. Well, maybe only he knew the answer to that. Jack chuckled. Don't celebrate too early, this is where the Real Challenge begins. The organization has ordered 500 polished grenades and elite polished grenades. On top of that, we also want 100 of each type of mending armor. Can you do it? Kayla's eyes brightened. Of course, of course. Though she didn't say this, in the past month, they had already made more than 10 times this number. Handing over such an amount was child's play, mostly due to Lionel. She could only say that that young man was a monster. She remembered the first time she watched Lionel craft 20 elite polished grenades at once. She had only recently been able to pick her jaw up from the floor. Plus, the organization never set deadlines for their bulk orders. Even if they took half a year, it wouldn't be a problem. This could only be considered to be a medium-sized order. Good, good. Your merits will be transferred over immediately. You've done well, I hope to see more in the future. With those final words, Bianala and his wives left to Valiant Hall. And, true to their words, someone soon came to take the massive crates Rum had been holding away. Kayla almost squealed with delight when she saw the merit points flood her identification ring. She felt as though she was floating on a cloud. Lionel. She turned toward the man with a hint of moistness in her eyes. Lionel hid his worry and smiled back. Don't look at me that way or else your fan club would think I did you wrong. Kayla sputtered with laughter. What fan club? Stop teasing me. Here. Kayla touched her ring to Lionel's, causing over 80% of the merit points to flood over. I don't know why you insisted on handing over all the credit to our faction, but as promised, here are your merits. Lionel blinked. This seems to be more than we agreed upon, no? They had made 15,750 merit points after their bulk sale, but Kayla had given Lionel more than 12,000 in one sweep when they had only agreed to a 40-60th split, with Lionel receiving 40. This wasn't only because Lionel was kind-hearted, but rather because he was providing of the materials. Plus, there was just one of him and 6 other members excluding Radlees and including Kayla. He thought that taking 40% was already asking for a lot. However, he had no choice but to ask for this. As soft as he was, he couldn't forget the reason he came here in the first place. And that was for the sake of Aina. Not just for her sake, but specifically to cure her curse. Without resources, he couldn't do this. And the best resource to have in this place were merits. Kayla smiled. Consider it a down payment for the future. I can tell that you probably won't be here for long, but I hope that during the time you are here, that you'll stay with us. Lionel raised his brows before grinning. That, you don't have to worry about. Who would want a castaway like me anyway? The team looked toward one another and burst into a fit of laughter. Let's go celebrate. Kayla happily shouted. Dinner's on the newly minted Rich Tycoon. Lionel coughed. It seemed that Kayla hadn't reformed from her money grubber ways just yet despite her generosity. However, he didn't fight it. He might as well. Just as Lionel was about to accept, his eyes flashed. He pulled out a talisman from his spatial ring, a happy light shining in his eye. Aina had contacted him. Chapter 646. The polished glass faction members looked toward one another as Lionel dashed away as though his feet were on fire. Was this the same young man who displayed such confidence the whole time they had known him? Why did he seem so whipped? See? I told you he had a girlfriend. Radlees beamed. But his smile didn't last for long before he found Lish's foot and Kayla's fist closing in on him together. Lionel dashed through the city, most seeing nothing but a golden blur as he whizzed by. Despite the fact he hadn't trained his body in a month, his control over force had reached new heights. Lionel's purpose in spending a month crafting went beyond just accumulating merit points. It also allowed him to train his mind. He hadn't just been showing off when he began to craft 20 elite polished grenades at once. He had actually been focused on honing his split minds. The same way Lionel found that he could dull his senses by splitting his experiences of them between different streams of consciousness, he also found that he could sharpen these same senses by doing the reverse. By focusing on the same task with many different minds, he could also heighten his senses. But, what Lionel ultimately found was that this approach was much less effective than the dulling of his senses. If one thought about it, it made sense. Ultimately, Lionel's split minds would lose some computational ability in comparison to if he focused his entire mind on one thing. What was the solution to this? It was obviously to strengthen his individual streams of consciousness. Lionel found that there were two ways to do this. The first was to improve his control of dream force. It was ultimately dream force that allowed him to do all these fanciful things. The second method was more crude, and that was simply to practice. So, Lionel did both simultaneously and continuously for the last month, only resting rarely. As a result, his control had reached new levels in just this month alone. The use of his mage core and its connection with his body especially had become far easier. During his battle with Nigmir, Lionel mostly relied on his earth element because he still found that he was most comfortable using it despite the fact his fire element affinity should be higher. But now, he believed he could be far more versatile in battle. Lionel was happy with his progress. Soon, he'd feel confident enough to break into the fifth dimension with his soul force. Once he did this, he would finally have enough capital to look for the latter portions of dimensional cleanse. When he reached that step, curing Aina would become much easier. Of course, there was also the chance that he wouldn't have to go so far to help her at all. Who knows, maybe the Valiant Hall zone would have a solution. Lionel blazed a trail to the freshman quarters, a place he hadn't been in a long time. He couldn't help his smile from blooming when he saw a familiar silhouette standing near the community meditation grounds. Before she could react, Lionel had dashed over, sweeping her petite figure into his arms. Ah! Aina, caught off guard, couldn't even react before she found herself practically enveloped. If it wasn't for the fact she was currently wearing her mask, even her lips might have been assaulted at that moment. Lionel hugged her tightly, taking a deep breath. A familiar smell of apple tickled his nose, making him feel at peace. For a moment, he forgot about all his worries and basked in her softness. Aina wiggled around in his embrace, her face flushed completely red. She seemed keenly aware that she was being looked at by all sorts of people. And how could they not be? After all, they were in what was effectively a community square. Finally, Aina managed to wiggle her way out. But, she simultaneously wanted to hide her face away from everyone, leading her to the point of resting her forehead against Lionel's chest in defeat. Lionel grinned. Okay. I'll stop teasing you. With a wave of his palm, Aina and Lionel seemed to disappear from everyone's view even though they hadn't moved a single inch. Happy now? Lionel's smile became gentler as Aina looked up toward him. Without a word, Aina wrapped her arms around his back. It seemed this workaholic missed him too. Aina stood to the tips of her toes, taking her mask off to plant a kiss on Lionel's cheek. Sorry. I missed your call before. Aina was a bit embarrassed. She hadn't seen Lionel's attempt to contact her until more than a month later. Lionel raised his brow. Just a kiss on the cheek. Is this how shallow your apology runs? Lionel's voice sounded broken and hurt, causing Aina to pout. She didn't get to finish her words because Lionel had already sealed her lips. He greedily took a taste, his mind whirling. It had really been too long. This girl dared to disappear for almost 2 months, she deserved this bit of punishment. Aina's spine tingled as she felt Lionel's hands slide down her waist. She almost lamented the exposed skin. How gently he caressed her, as though he was afraid to harm a hair on her head, made her heart flutter. She hopped up a little bit when Lionel's palm traveled just a bit too far down. Like a scared little rabbit, she wanted to escape but found that her knees were a bit weak. Lionel pulled back, his eyes jumping back and forth between Anna's own. Her gaze seemed somewhat hazy, her lips still slightly parted. The feeling of her plump bottom in his hands made him feel just as intoxicated. The combination of firmness from her training and elasticity from her excellent genetics made Lionel feel as though he couldn't get enough. He almost didn't notice Anna's slightly hurried breathing. Lionel couldn't decide what felt better between a memory of a soft chest and this. Though, he guessed the former would have an edge since it wasn't impeded by any fabric. Want to go back to my dorm room? Lionel asked with a slightly expectant and gruff tone. He rarely, if ever, spent time over there. But, it should technically still be his. Anna nodded almost imperceptibly, something that Lionel himself almost missed. With a smile, he swept his girlfriend into his arms and dashed off to the freshman living quarters. At that moment, 4 new items silently appeared on the Golden Exchange list. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.